Yes.
The Leaf Green Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1290 of the War News stream. And today we have very big news. The U.S. military has been ordered to destroy hostile Venezuelan fighter jets today, and that could actually start a war right there. We're also hearing that Putin has threatened NATO with attack yet again, and also panic is spreading in the capital of Moscow over gas shortages, which are getting really bad really quick. And we have very big news today, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of breaking news and developments from quite truly every single corner of the globe today. We have been able to hear that the President of the United States has authorized the United States Navy under the command of U.S. Southcom and further under the command of U.S. Second Fleet of all naval forces within the area of the Caribbean Sea are now authorized to engage and shoot down Venezuelan aircraft if they become within the range of the air defense zone of any U.S. warships within the area. We have also been able to hear simultaneously that the United States 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, a part of the Amphibious Ready Group currently deployed to the Caribbean Sea, are now conducting amphibious landing drills in Puerto Rico, most likely in preparation for possible amphibious landings inside of Venezuela, while the President of the United States has also insisted that further airstrikes inside of the nation of Venezuela are largely imminent at this moment, and it also does appear that even further hostile actions rather than airstrikes against the nation of Venezuela may be conducted. Breaking news also came out today about an ongoing situation that has now been uncovered between the United States of America and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, as we were able to hear that classified information was uncovered today and released to the public that a 2019 raid comprised of SEAL Team 6 operatives actually infiltrated the nation of North Korea in an attempt to set up a CIA listening post to be able to intercept radio communications that were made by Kim Jong-un. The raid ended in failure, with several North Korean citizens being killed in the process and the SEAL Team 6 having to exfiltrate without setting up the listening post. That information was just uncovered today and released to the public, and it is the first time that we've ever been able to hear of unclassified, or generally at least publicly confirmed reports of a U.S. Special Forces raid ever happening inside of North Korean territory. We have also been able to hear outside of that within the Middle East, the Lebanese are now on board with attempting to disarm Hezbollah, and it does appear that they are once again driving around the city of Beirut on their mopeds, demanding that that is not going to be done. We have also been able to hear from inside of India that India has outright refused U.S. demands for the United States, for the Republic of India to stop their purchases of oil from the Russian Federation against the wishes of the United States government, and much to their chagrin. We have also been able to hear other developments throughout the entirety of the state of Ukraine and also the rest of Eastern Europe, as we have been able to hear that the Russian Federation is continuing to have even further worsening fuel crises within the capital city of Moscow, and we have also been able to hear that the damage caused to the Ryazan refinery was of one of the most significant degrees seen so far at any refinery. We've also been able to confirm that Ukrainian armed forces have been able to hold their ground throughout the area of the front lines today, once again inflicting significant casualties and of course stopping the Russian Federation's forces at bay. We have a major amount of news to cover today, and these are just the big headlines. We have a huge amount of little pieces of news and details to also cover through the course of the day, but today was once again not amiss with anything that could be described as non-breaking news. Everything to every single degree was significant.
And also, by the way, another big development that you forgot to mention there for a second, while the U.S. is spreading the message of peace around the world, we have renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. So it looks like the U.S. is ramping up for a little warm-up exercise down in Venezuela to sort of flex the muscles now they've renamed it. But we got more news on that later, by the way. There's a little bit more to it than simply the renaming of it. So that's another story we'll cover a little bit later on.
That's actually a giant can of worms in a sense, but Matthew is the one who studied that today, and we'll be going over that with Enforcer Matt later on the stream in a great deal of detail. But nevertheless, we have a huge amount of news to cover through the course of tonight, an absolutely massive amount, and we'll be making sure to get into each and every single bit of it as much as we can. Moving on into the area of the Caribbean, also really quickly, by the way, folks, I do have to say this because apparently some people may have missed this in my intro. The Special Forces raid inside of North Korea happened in 2019, but that was not known until today. The news just dropped today, so as far as news coverage is concerned, this event may as well have happened today because this is the first time that we've ever heard of it happening at all. So that's the reason why it's going to be getting a large amount of coverage tonight, is because while this did happen 6 years ago, this is the first time that we have ever heard of it, and this is the first time that we can ever confirm that a U.S. Special Forces raid has ever been conducted inside of North Korea at any point in history, meaning that this is historic news that has been broken today. But nevertheless, moving on from that and into the Caribbean Sea, we have been able to hear of major updates coming out of the area, and it does appear that the United States of America and Venezuela are getting incredibly close to an armed confrontation. In the course of the night last night, we were able to confirm that the Venezuelan F-16s once again buzzed the USS Jason Dunham, once again equipped with anti-ship missiles. Afterwards, a development followed from the President of the United States, giving a direct authorization to U.S. forces to employ defensive measures, including the potential downing of hostile aircraft should further threats to American warships in the Caribbean occur. We were able to confirm not that much longer after that the direct order had been given, and that the President of the United States warned Venezuela that if any more fighter jets, such as F-16s or Su-30s, threaten U.S. warships in the Caribbean, they will be shot down. Once again, this is a direct response to the incident that occurred just yesterday, where two Venezuelan F-16s, equipped with AGM-84 Harpoon anti-ship missiles, flew incredibly close to the USS Jason Dunham, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, DDG-107, which is currently a part of U.S. Second Fleet, which is under the command of U.S. Southcom. This was considered to be an incredibly provocative action by many, including us here on the channel, and was once again an attempt by the Venezuelan government to show some sort of a display of force to try and see if the United States would back off due to the threat that the AGM-84 Harpoon could be fired at these U.S. warships and possibly cause significant damage or maybe even sink one of the vessels. It appears, however, that the United States did not back off like the Venezuelan government may have wanted to hope, and it now appears that the United States is doubling down and stating that if these F-16s attempt to buzz a ship once again in a similar fashion, that it will be directly engaged and shot down by United States naval forces within the area. We do understand that there are 3 Arleigh Burkes and a Ticonderoga-class missile cruiser that are currently under the command of what we could call this Amphibious Ready Group under the command of Second Fleet that are currently in the Caribbean. But at the same time, after this appears to have failed, at least Maduro's attempt to conduct a show of force against the United States, we were then able to hear that Maduro started to back off of this pretty quickly, saying that Maduro stated in a larger statement to the United States that they need to abandon their plan for violent regime change in Venezuela, and then further insisted that his relationship with America is quite good, also with the president, and that he has no ill will towards the United States of America whatsoever. They also stated that they're
the
not.
switch up is crazy. The switch up's insane on that right there. He literally went from just hating on the United States, all of a sudden he's good friends with the president again. Now that the F-35s are showing up, it's kind of crazy.
It's kind of crazy. And then he also stated that they don't do coke. They're Pepsi fans. They don't have any coke in the country whatsoever. And Maduro stated that the accusations of drug trafficking are a Hollywood-style dirty file, insisting there is no cocaine production in Venezuela whatsoever. Not a single drop. Coke does not exist in Venezuela. It is a Pepsi country, and that's it. Outside of that,
Cap.
Man, honestly, I'm calling cap on that one a little bit. I think the Venezuelans may be Coke fans, and it's not Coca-Cola that I'm talking about. But moving on from that, we have also been able to hear inside of Puerto Rico that the United States has started to move F-35s into the area. Apparently, according to the current order, the U.S. has ordered the deployment of 10 F-35 stealth fighter jets to Puerto Rico to combat the drug cartels. We were assuming that at the moment, considering that the F-35 is a multi-role stealth fighter, that these aircraft will most likely be equipped with some form of a laser-guided JDAM and will be used in precision strikes against narco boats, similar to the precision strike that we saw several days ago that appeared to have been conducted by a Predator drone that was equipped with Hellfires. Nevertheless, we also were able to hear at the exact same time in Puerto Rico that the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, a part of the Amphibious Ready Group connected to the USS Iwo Jima, are now conducting major amphibious landing drills in the area of Puerto Rico in preparation for action with Venezuela. This is a very telling sort of a sign that we're seeing at the moment, because the fact that this Amphibious Ready Group is not just going to be sitting in the area as a display of force, but they are actually exercising an amphibious landing drill at this moment, using the beaches of Puerto Rico as a stand-in for Venezuelan beaches. It's generally showing us that this amphibious landing group is not just into force posturing in itself, but also is taking actions that appear to be in preparation for this Marine Expeditionary Unit to make landfall on shore in Venezuela and possibly take control of a major port or a major airfield to allow for further U.S. forces to quite literally be flown into the country and then continue the ground invasion if that was to move forward. This is a fairly interesting sort of a situation to at least see for now. And we also were able to hear even further statements from the U.S. government today, once again corroborating that there is not going to be a cessation of hostilities against Venezuela, at least for now. U.S. officials confirmed today to several news outlets that the president is evaluating a spectrum of military operations, meaning generally the full scale of escalatory measures, including military operations against Venezuelan drug cartels, including potential strikes on targets located inside of Venezuela. According to officials, the recent precision strike on a cartel narco boat represents only the opening phase of a broader campaign aimed at dismantling narcotics trafficking networks and, in parallel, increasing pressure on Maduro's government inside of Venezuela. So it does appear that at the moment, the United States is making it incredibly clear that the hostile actions taken against the narco boat skimming along the coastline was not the beginning and end of hostilities. It was only the beginning. And the end of hostilities are not going to be incredibly close to us, at least in this current time frame. It might be weeks or months out. And it appears that the United States is taking a moment right now to assess the situation and figure out how it wants to continue to progress against the Venezuelan government and what it claims to be an illegitimate state that is supporting cartel operations, which are considered to be terrorist operations, throughout Central and South America. But nevertheless, a lot of people are talking about at the moment the United States deploying those F-35s to Puerto Rico, and also the orders issued to Second Fleet today to shoot down any Venezuelan aircraft that begin to appear to threaten U.S. warships within the area. Matthew, what are people thinking about those developments, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So today was historic in its own right because today the U.S. did issue the order to shoot down the hostile Venezuelan jets that are buzzing our warships near the area of Venezuela. And of course, that could lead to a direct conflict with Venezuela if that were to occur. And right now, it's a little bit iffy if it's actually going to happen. So, what is everybody's thoughts about that? And it looks like 44% said this will start a war, while 25% said Venezuela will stop buzzing our ships now, and 24% said only time is going to tell. And I would say that the switch up that Maduro did was legendary. Like he literally went from hating on the United States to all of a sudden he was like, "Oh, I actually love the U.S. president now. He's actually not that bad of a guy. I have a good relationship with him." It seems like Maduro might have been brought to his senses a little bit, but at the same time, though, I have a very strong suspicion that the U.S. is getting hell bent on removing Maduro. They obviously have that massive, like $50 million bounty on Maduro's head to remove him from power. So I think the U.S. is dedicated at this point. It doesn't matter how many kumbayas that Maduro has with the U.S. president. Maduro is a goner at this point. He is going to be leaving that position one way or another, either by force or by the people's hand at Venezuela. So I'm going to say that a war seems to be inevitable here. And also, the U.S. is considering striking domestically inside of Venezuela as well. That's a real possibility. And we're seeing all the force deployments that could pull that off. So I would say I'm actually with the 44%. Venezuela will probably hold off before they buzz another ship again because they don't want to get their jets shot down. That's the case as well. But I think a war is going to start one way or another in Venezuela. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be honest, I would generally believe that there is going to be a war with Venezuela coming around the corner. A lot of the actions that the United States is taking as a standalone are generally actions that are showing that we are preparing for some sort of a conflict with the Venezuelans. For one, we attacked the narco boat, and then we sat back for a couple of days to watch what the Venezuelans were going to do. And that in itself was something that was incredibly telling with how we're approaching the situation. We bombed, in a larger sense, a Venezuelan narco boat, which we deem as a terrorist vessel, so it's given no quarter, so that's why we were able to legally bomb the thing. But at the same time, the reason why we stepped back and have done nothing, at least over the next several days, was to give the Venezuelans enough rope, in a sense, in a figurative sense, to be able to go and do their own bidding to the demise of their own country, or at least Maduro for the larger part, if y'all see what I'm saying there. If the Venezuelans had responded in a hostile manner to that attack that we conducted on the narco boat, the U.S. would have enough, at least diplomatic initiative at that point, or diplomatic credence, to say the Venezuelans are not only an illegitimate government, but they are defending, with force of arms, terrorist organizations that are trafficking drugs globally. And for this reason, we are going to go in and deal with them. That was the reason why we gave them a few days to see what was going to happen, and we really haven't done anything since, was to give the Venezuelans that kind of a window to see how they were going to respond. Considering that they didn't bite then to the U.S. attempt to pretty much provoke them into justifying a conflict, we're now getting moved forward with just conducting airstrikes throughout the rest of Venezuela. More importantly, however, the Venezuelan actions of buzzing U.S. warships in the area was a much more minor response than appears to have been expected by the U.S. government, but still is a response that the U.S. can work with to justify a sort of a rhetoric in saying that the Venezuelan government is a hostile government that is supporting drug cartels within the region. The fact that these F-16s, each time they're buzzing, the USS Jason Dunham in particular, are armed with anti-ship missiles, are showing that these aircraft pose an imminent threat to the safety of Second Fleet within the area, and specifically that destroyer. Now with the orders that the president has given for that destroyer to be able to engage and shoot down those aircraft, then destroyer can easily engage and shoot down those two F-16s and the 8 harpoons they're carrying with relative ease, and still have a great deal of ammunition left to spare to engage any other incoming targets, whether they be anti-ship missiles launched from land-based batteries or any other types of targets that would exist within the area. That also means that if that action is taken, we are once again forcing the Venezuelans into some sort of a response. If we shoot down their aircraft, one, those aircraft had to decide whether they were going to fire or not at the U.S. warship. If they fire, we have all the justification we need to say that the Venezuelans are in armed support of terrorist organizations. If they do not fire back, then the Venezuelan government has to figure out whether they're going to ignore that incident, which is nothing that's been unheard of. If you ever heard of the Sidra Gulf incident, we actually shot down a couple of Libyan MiG-23s back then in 1983, and the Libyan government just decided to ignore that whole thing because they didn't really want the whole weight of the U.S. bearing down on them. So it's possible they could ignore it. Or if they attempt to respond in an even farther measure than that, then that also once again gives the United States the justification on a global scale to say we are going to go in and deal with the Venezuelan government. So generally at this moment,
Well, here's my question. Here's my question, real quick on that. Talking about justification to go down there and do something to Venezuela. If the justification, which it appears to be the official justification by the United States of this massive deployment to Venezuela's coast, it's the drug threat, the narco threat from Venezuela to the United States. But the problem with that logic is this, though: Venezuela is not the only country that sends drugs to America. Colombia is another one that sends a lot of drugs to America. Mexico is another one as well. So with all these different South American countries that are sending drugs to America, why did we specifically pick Venezuela to go down there and handle? Because there's a lot to handle. And for some reason, we honed in on Venezuela. I'm not really sure why that's the case. I really haven't heard a good explanation for why we've basically picked Venezuela to make the example out of.
They may not provide a good explanation in the U.S. government, but you and I, Matthew, both know why Venezuela is getting picked. It's because it's aligned with the Chinese and the Russians more so than any other country in the area. Most every Central American country is either wildly neutral or they're more so trying to lean towards the United States. Specifically, Mexico is a huge contender for that. And I know a lot of people say, well, I mean, you know, there's been some not necessarily great rub-ins that have been happening between the Mexican and U.S. governments this year, but in general, Mexico leans towards being a friendly nation of the United States. And most South American countries are also neutrally aligned or more so trying to lean in a positive nature towards the United States. Venezuela is the only outlier in the case that they're not. Also, the fact that they are a major oil producer, at least for the South American continent, is also a fairly important thing as well to put into consideration. Those two things combined, they're a great example of a country that we could go and target quite easily without having a lot of diplomatic fallout from our allies or any other nations within the region, because everyone can agree that this is a pretty much a black sheep in a sense for South America and Central America. It's not really neutral or leaning towards a friendly position with the United States. It is openly taken for a decade now a hostile position against the United States of America, and that's why we have a pretty decent diplomatic and foreign policy justification to single them out rather than anyone else.
Maybe so. Maybe that could be it. And I see some people saying the oil thing. Like many people are saying the oil. I'll be honest with y'all. Like I've heard the theories about that. And yes, there are American oil interests in Venezuela. I do understand that. I'm not naive about that aspect of it as well. But I think what this might be is the U.S. officials see Venezuela as an easy win, I believe. And it would be an easy win, at least when it comes to missile strikes, it would be. Now, a ground invasion, that might be another story. I still am a little bit shaky about the ground invasion. But if they missile strike Venezuela and they try to take out the Maduro regime, have a regime change, I believe the U.S. could claim a pretty easy victory when it comes to running Maduro out of the country. But taking over Venezuela, that's a whole other thing. I'm not sure if that's going to be something that's going to be on the table. But I would say it could be an easy win, and that could be what the U.S. officials are looking for, is simply something to say, hey, look, we were able to launch that, we were able to accomplish it, we achieved all of our war goals, and that we can call that a win and call it a day. They might also see it as a way to send a message to our enemies that we are militarily capable, and we're trying to prove it in Venezuela. But the only problem with that is, though, Venezuela is a very weak military compared to our adversaries, like, for example, China. It's a whole other ball game. It's not the same thing. So I'm not really sure what their plan is here. I'm sort of curious to see where this is going to go. I'm sort of at a loss right now as to exactly what their true plan is with Venezuela.
I would be entirely honest with y'all. As far as the foreign policy side of things go, it's a little bit odd that we're picking this at this moment in time to be an issue. Venezuela has been like this for about a decade and a half so far, and they haven't really changed much since a decade and a half ago with the kind of position that they take against the United States and also everything that they're doing against our interest, at least within the region. There really isn't a huge reason to pick this time and moment to be able to start moving against the Venezuelans, because if this moment right now is an opportune time, really the past 15 years were all also an opportune time as well, that for some reason was just simply missed by every administration so far. So a little bit interesting with why we're picking them, but at the same time, there are a lot of reasons that I could come up with. And of course, I see some people getting to the whole conspiracy theory realms, and we don't do that here. But as far as the realistic sorts of reasons why, if we were to assess it from a foreign policy standpoint, it could be to try and show countries like China and Russia that we are powerful and not to be trifled with. Usually, whenever the U.S. wants to show people that, we pick someone in Central or South America to do that against. Leading up to World War II, we pretty much invaded Panama right before the outbreak of World War II in Europe in 1939. In the lead up to World War I, we were chasing down Pancho Villa in the northern regions of Mexico around Chihuahua and Sonora. Before that, even really in the in the interwar period, we were also going around installing banana republics in Central America, just kind of for the hell of it, also to make sure the bananas kept flowing into America. So this sort of thing isn't unheard of, especially in uncertain times. The U.S. kind of just does pick people from time to time in this area that kind of stick out a little bit and kind of goes and shows the world we aren't one to be messed with. We can do this, and we'll do it to anyone else as well if they mess with us. So that might be
And
a reason why.
also, you did hear as well, the U.S. was talking about potentially setting up some type of temporary base in Ecuador, I believe it was. They were talking about sending ships around there as well to Ecuador. And in fact, I'm not sure if they're there currently or not. I'm not really fully up to speed on that. But I'd heard some rumblings that Ecuador could be coming under some type of U.S. temporary like basing or something like that. But I'm not sure about the full story on that. They really haven't given too many details about it.
Yeah, I heard that was, I think, stated by the Secretary of State that they could put a
Yeah.
base in Ecuador if invited, but the Ecuadorian government hasn't invited anybody, so it's just kind of like, the invitation's open if they want to invite us. It's like, I don't really know what the point of that was. And also, it's like, Ecuador almost really did have their government overthrown by the cartel not that long ago. It was in the middle of us running the show a couple of years ago. Don't you remember that, Matthew, when, like, the cartel took over, like, the news stations and started to attack the government inside of the capital of Quito? And like the whole country was
Yeah.
in disarray for a little while they were trying to deal with that. It's like, I don't really know if that's a great place to put a military facility, because it almost seems like it would be the South American version of Somalia to an extent.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be a bad idea. I'm wondering because honestly, if the U.S. starts expanding beyond Venezuela, it starts looking like the U.S. is trying to do some type of, I guess you could say, maybe they're trying to take over Venezuela or take over some South American governments before China does it, maybe. But until it expands beyond Venezuela, you really can't say that. Like I see some people saying, "Oh, the U.S. is trying to go conquer South America." I don't think conquering South America is the goal. That's going to be a lofty goal even for the United States. And also, we have no real reason to do that because China can put their economic tentacles inside of South America, but that's about all they can do. China's not going to be going to South America and taking stuff over. That's something they're really not able to do right now. And also, they got bigger fish to fry, so that's not happening.
And historically, we do that by proxy. We rarely ever go down and directly involve the full might of the military in anything. If at best, it's usually special forces operations that are fairly limited in number in support of a current existing government or a armed force of rebels within a country, or we just support someone who isn't communist. At least in the Cold War era, that's what we did. Nowadays, we would generally support people who just had a pro-American leaning, whether they were a dictator or not. A great example of that would be Pinochet in Chile, or really anyone else from Central America whenever the United States got involved in Central American affairs, like, for example, the Iran-Contra affair, which was a backroom dealing where we would sell missiles to the Islamic Republic of Iran, get the money off of it, and then we would give that money to the Contras, which were operating inside of Central America, so that way they could continue to fight against more Soviet or communist-aligned governments that had started to rise up in that area. And then that turned into the cartels that we kind of know and don't really like today, but that's a whole other story. But nevertheless, that's generally how we would operate our situation inside of South America. It's a lot more low-key than one would believe, like what we're doing right now, or what it appears that we're going to be doing with Venezuela. But nevertheless, a lot of people have been talking about the situation that's been going on in this area, especially with Venezuela, and a lot of people are talking about what's going to be happening with these future strikes that the government has been alluding to, at least a little bit, and they're considering, at least according to their own statements today. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so that's the big question. The big speculation right now is what is the U.S. actually about to do to Venezuela? Because something is about to happen, but nobody's really sure what it is. So it looks like 60% of the audience believes the U.S. will launch missile strikes on targets in Venezuela, while 22% said the U.S. will merely hit more drug boats, and 8% said the U.S. might launch a ground invasion. And I would say missile strikes. That is the very likely answer. I very strongly believe the U.S. is going to do very precise missile strikes on locations of narco terrorists inside of Venezuela. I believe that is almost a certainty at this point because we've already seen it happen in international waters with the drug boat that we saw on camera. And we're probably about to see them strike domestically inside of Venezuela at certain sites where allegedly there's narco terrorism. So we'll probably see that. I really doubt a ground invasion is going to happen. Like, if that happens, that would be a big strategic mistake, in my personal opinion, just because we don't have enough troops there to pull it off. And also, we don't need to get bogged down in a ground invasion in Venezuela. That's not smart in the current environment globally. And also, the U.S. is going to hit more drug boats. That's also a certainty as well. So mainly, it's going to be limited to striking the narco terrorists. But if Maduro makes the big mistake of sending his F-16s over our ships again, that could lead to a direct regime change inside of Venezuela, because I'm sure at that point, the Maduro government will be a legitimate target if he does that again. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would go with the 61%, at least for now. We're most likely planning some sort of an airstrike campaign against Venezuela, either by ship-launched missiles or by U.S. airstrikes directly. But there isn't really the lack of a possibility that we could conduct a ground invasion inside of Venezuela. It is a possibility, and it is something that would be easily doable, at least for the U.S.'s abilities, especially compared to the Venezuelans. The United States could, in theory, conduct a ground invasion with what we have in the area right now. It would be a little bit difficult, and it would require a great deal of indirect fire support by the ships that are around the area at the moment, but it is doable. The 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, like every Marine Expeditionary Unit, is designed to be able to conduct self-sufficient operations, but more so self-sufficient operations on a global scale. And that's what differentiates a Marine Expeditionary Unit from a littoral combat regiment, which is the new sort of structure that the Marines are starting to adapt everything to, because the littoral combat regiment is specifically designed for Indo-Pacific warfare on the islands around Taiwan and generally inside of Southeast Asia. The Marine Expeditionary Unit is designed for self-sufficient operations globally, so it really is tailored for any sort of a situation anywhere on the planet. Outside of that, however, the 22nd MEU could conduct an amphibious operation to take a Venezuelan port near to the coastline, like Puerto Cabello or, for example, Cadia Lamar, and secure the airport within these towns. With a large amount of indirect fire support that could be provided by the United States Navy and United States Air Force, they could largely keep the Venezuelan army at bay and allow for these forces to be able to amass inside of Cadia Lamar or the other port of Puerto Cabello as just likely candidates, and then conduct further offensives from there. Generally, that's something that is doable, and we have seen such operations like that in Operation Just Cause, which was the U.S. invasion of Panama that occurred in the 80s. And we have also seen other such operations being conducted similar to this in other wars in the past. But Operation Just Cause is probably the best modern comparison that we can make, especially considering that it's also regionally relevant, at least for this area. So with that in mind, it is entirely doable. And also another thing that I have to say is that as far as it goes for the Venezuelan military, while they are technically sizable on paper and kind of armed in the sense of mediocrity is the best way to say it, that does not necessarily mean that they could push that Marine Expeditionary Unit back out to sea as soon as it landed. For one, the Venezuelans will most likely not be forward deploying a large amount of their forces directly into a specific town. If a war does break out, that is an incredibly dense target to strike at, and you could end up with a similar situation like the Iraqis had in the Gulf War with the Highway of Death, or you could end up with the 40-mile line of destruction that existed north of Kyiv at the beginning of the war in 2022. This sort of a situation is one where the U.S. could land, and considering the geographical isolation of these two ports, you could pretty much just take over the airport, and with U.S. Navy and U.S. Air Force cover, just fly in forces from the Marines or the Army through Strategic Airlift Command and just let them build up inside of Cadia Lamar, and then eventually move on from there and over the mountains into Caracas. Once Caracas is taken, it generally would be assumed, considering the fragility of most South American governments due to their very top-heavy structure, where the leader is pretty much the actual one who runs everything in the government. If Caracas is taken, the seat of government will most likely collapse inside of Venezuela, and Maduro pretty much will be a president without a nation at that point, which is what would kind of be assumed. But there could also be some difficulties with that as well. The Venezuelan government and military may be more resilient, which I'm a little bit doubtful on, but if they were more resilient, this will start to become a protracted war where we'd have to either track these forces down and find them, or eventually try and conduct an assassination attack against Maduro to see if he's wiped out, would the Venezuelan resistance collapse. So all those
Yeah,
sorts
that
of
would
things.
suck. Bad mistake to get into that whole mess. That would be a mess. We should definitely not do that.
Yeah, it's probably not a great idea, but it is something that, at least as far as the strategic side of things, this is actually doable. It can be pulled off of what we have in the area right now, because you don't have to physically have everybody hanging out in the Caribbean. You can just fly them in once a beachhead is taken, which is what the Chinese would do in Taiwan and what everyone else would do around the world in that kind of a situation. But is it a good idea? I don't know, because if this starts to become drawn out, which there's always a chance that it could become a drawn out conflict, that could end up badly. Also, really quickly, I see a lot of
Yeah.
people talking about home field advantage, and I've got to quickly say, folks, home field advantage only applies in specific cases. It's not an always 100% force multiplier. These people are going to fight to the death, because if everyone had a home field advantage, then Iraq would have been able to fight and win the Gulf War, and they lost the Gulf War handily. They would have fought and resisted a 2003 invasion of Iraq, which they pretty much literally dissolved without a fight, and Saddam had to go into hiding immediately. If the Taliban had a home field advantage in Afghanistan, the U.S. wouldn't have been able to attempt an occupation and then prop up a Afghan government for 20 years because they would have had a home field advantage. Home field advantages only count for countries that actually have a government and a population with the morale in support of the government to be able to try and continue to fight. Considering that the Venezuelans lived in a time before Maduro, and a lot of people know that the quality of life in Venezuela has rapidly plummeted since then, and also the last election was clearly stolen by Maduro, as we saw massive protests in every major Venezuelan city throughout the country against Maduro, and then they brought out the military to put down those protesters. There isn't really going to be a lot of a home field advantage there, because nobody's really in support of the Maduro government domestically in Venezuela. On top of that, the military is most likely more so structured not for competency, but for loyalty, which you'll usually find in dictatorial governmental systems like these, meaning that the military's efficiency in actually fighting a war is most likely going to be non-existent. The military most likely exists as a social structure or a social mobility ladder in Venezuela more so than it does an effective fighting force. So with all those things considered, I don't really think we could expect a great deal of resistance from Venezuela, but considering that the chance still exists that they could fight for a while, in a rare probability or statistical chance, it might not be the best idea to try and undertake a actual amphibious landing and ground invasion at this point, and to focus our resources and abilities elsewhere, like the Chinese and the Russians.
And also, the U.S. has got to be careful too, because I'm seeing very close parallels to the Vietnam situation with this situation with Venezuela. If we were to ground invade Venezuela, we'd be encountering almost identical struggles with the U.S. military that we encountered in Vietnam, because we went into Vietnam, and first of all, our soldiers were not very motivated to go to Vietnam because there was not very good public support for the Vietnam War at all, and also there's really not strong motivation to go to war with Venezuela right now. So motivation and also morale with the U.S. military, that would be a bit of a shaky one, because it's not like we're fighting for the survival of our nation. We're fighting for possibly regime change in a South American country, which is not the same thing as, like, for example, fighting in a World War II or World War III scenario. That's not the same at all when it comes to morale. Also, by the way, we're fighting in a very, very tough environment. Venezuela's biomes there, the environment there, you're dealing with the Amazon rainforest. You're also dealing with very heavy grasslands and also swamps. It's not good terrain. It's very bad terrain. It's very tough. It's very difficult to fight on. So I don't know. Like, it seems to me Venezuela would be a huge mistake, just from a common sense standpoint, and also for all these other reasons, like the environment, also the morale. It would be a big, big, big mistake. And I don't think it would have much public support either behind it.
Generally, however, I will have to say that you do not have to fight inside of the Amazon rainforest, because nobody lives there. And as far as most military operations are concerned, controlling the population centers is the key most important thing to be done. And considering that Caracas is the largest city in Venezuela, and then most of the other major cities are on or near to the coastline, that means that the military would only have to take control of the major population centers, and then from there, if some sort of a partisan activity or an insurgency operation is conducted in the Amazon, it doesn't really matter all too much. A new government could be created inside of Venezuela during that time, and with U.S. peacekeepers within the area, and then that would end up evolving into a domestic matter for the Venezuelan government to deal with. A lot like forces like al-Nusra are now a domestic governmental situation that the Iraqi government has to try and deal with, instead of the U.S. actively being there and dealing with al-Nusra and other evolved groups that came out of the Fedayeen, which was Saddam Hussein's personal bodyguards and his most elite troops. So something similar like that could be conducted, but still, this is all in probabilities, and I'm trying to make sure to put out a counter to say, however, this is also another way that it could go, but considering that it could go badly, and there is a chance that it can go badly, it has to be weighed heavily whether or not we want to get into this sort of a situation, considering that the rest of the world is on a knife's edge at this point of descending into absolute war.
And also, just because the population centers are on the coast in Venezuela, generally speaking, the resistance forces, if you want to call them the opposition forces or whatever you want to label the Venezuelan military, even if they're pushed away from the coast, they're going to go hide in the jungle. That's where they're going to go. They're going to regroup in the jungle, and they're going to start launching counterattacks from the jungle, literally coming out of the jungle to attack and then retreating back into the jungle. And the U.S. is going to be dealing with that for potentially years. Like if we stay there, like we're going to get bogged down there. It's very clear to me we're going to get bogged down there, and we're going to have to hold the place. Like if the objective of the U.S. is to have a regime change there, the U.S. is going to have to stay there until a new government is appointed or put into place and installed. We're going to have to stay there, or otherwise Venezuela is going to descend into pure chaos. Like it's going to have no government. It's going to be anarchy essentially.
I would say it's a possibility, but the problem is that actual heavy armed resistance can't last long, especially in an area like that. I mean, it's the Amazon within this area is practically inaccessible. So if these guys go into the Amazon rainforest, their supplies run out pretty quickly. They have to control some kind of a populated settlement or some place to be able to funnel supplies in from, and that wouldn't really exist in that area. So resistance would start to melt away pretty quickly because they would just run out of the ability to resist in terms of supply. And once again, that might end up becoming a domestic political matter for a new Venezuelan government to deal with, and we would just leave them to figure out the fallout on that one, like we did with the Iraqis after a while. That could be the possibility. But once again, folks, just wanting to put out some different options for everyone to consider. But this is an interesting sort of a one. And I generally leave it up to y'all to say whether or not this is a good idea or not. Generally, I'm all for going against countries that are enemies of the United States, but we also have to be careful with balancing our resources and abilities globally and not overextend ourselves, especially in this current day and age where we might be looking down the barrel of another major world war with the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China. But moving on.
You don't think they'd bring out Agent Orange again, do you? Like down there, you remember how they did that in Vietnam? They brought out Agent Orange to deforest the whole place. They said, if we can't find the guerrilla fighters in the forest, we're just going to deforest the whole damn place, and we're going to be able to find them that way because there won't be any trees or foliage hiding the guerrilla forces in the woods. So they did that, and obviously it turned out Agent Orange was horribly toxic. Like I think they said at the time it was safe for people to be near it, but it actually caused like lesions and stuff on people's bodies, or I think it was lesions or something like that. And it turned out it was not good to be exposed to it, and it became a whole deal and everything like that. So we actually have a relative that actually was exposed to Agent Orange allegedly, and was actually like treated for it, I believe, at some point as well. So now hopefully they're not thinking about something like that, because obviously that would be horrific if they started doing something like that. They'd literally be deforesting the Amazon to a certain degree with that. So I'm not sure if that's on the table or not.
I would have to say it's probably not on the table. We probably just use infrared, because infrared would be able to see them far easier than dropping loads of Agent Orange everywhere. And also, nobody's really a big fan of Dow Chemicals and Monsanto anymore, at least not too much. But anyways, moving on from that and on out of the Caribbean Sea, it is time for us to move on over into some other major news that has come out today, or generally evolved out of the newscape today. And it's a really wild one because it happened 6 years ago, but we were just able to hear about it today. It was apparently leaked or released to the public in some sense, and it is actually the first time officially that U.S. forces have ever conducted a raid into North Korea that we know of so far. But before we get into all of that news, I do have to say really quickly, folks, that the reason why I say things like I do, because I see some people getting a little bit angry in the chat, like this guy saying lay off the drugs enforcer. I don't really know why people say that, because the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is to give a counter counter to what Enforcer Matt's saying, because Enforcer Matt picks one side, I try and pick the other to come up with a different alternative. I don't really think that invading Venezuela is a good idea, but at the same time, I'm trying to give all of y'all options to say, well, here's something else to consider, here's some other things to say. Being a devil's advocate, in a sense, doesn't mean that we support that. It's just something to say as far as analysis to say, well, this could go another way. So I don't really know why some people get heated and riled up like that, because all I'm trying to do is give a little bit of variety to our analysis and show that there is another alternative action that could be taken with a totally different path of outcomes. So I hope that addresses that well, so that way some people can understand, because, like, some people might have a difficulty understanding that puppet shows aren't real people, but the statements that I'm making are just to say, however, this is an alternative to how it could go. Generally, though, me and Enforcer Matt think that we could try and do better things elsewhere right now than Venezuela. This seems to be something that could be dealt with at a later date for the larger part. But at the same time, just wanting to put it out there, there is a way that this can be done if someone wanted it to be done, and there's also a way that it could turn out in a better circumstance than we would at least believe right now. But generally just trying to put out some differing analysis, because here in this channel, just to quickly explain, we put out all kinds of analysis. And back in the day, I always made sure that when I was putting out analysis, I would go, here is the best outcome, here is the likely outcome, and here's the worst possible outcome. So that's what we're trying to do right now. Sorry if some people aren't understanding that, but that's what I'm trying to do. Anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to move on into East Asia, as we do have a large amount of information and news that has come out of a developing situation that happened 6 years ago, but we just heard of today. And moving on into it immediately, it appears that from what we've been able to hear today from the New York Times, in early 2019, SEAL Team 6 attempted a secret mission in North Korea to plant a listening device intercepting Kim Jong-un's communications. Approved directly by the President of the United States, it ended when SEALs killed civilians they mistook for security forces. The device was never planted, and the operation remained undisclosed to Congress. This apparently came out today from some sources that the New York Times were able to get. But this is a fairly interesting sort of a development, and one that we have not been able to hear about until today. This is also something that's a little bit shocking as well, because this would be, according to historically what we would know at the moment, the first confirmed Special Forces raid that the United States of America has ever made in terms of armed force into the Democratic People's Republic of Korea in history. So a fairly interesting sort of a development here, and we don't really know a lot of additional details about it. For one, I can tell you that this did not happen near Pyongyang. Kim Jong-un and most of the Kims actually do not hang out inside of Pyongyang for a long amount of time. They actually have a large amount of private residences that are scattered out throughout North Korea that they generally travel around. One of the ones that they actually hang out the most at is directly along the Chinese border. It's only a few miles away. And really quickly, I want to see if I can find it, because once I find a specific lake, should be able to show it to y'all. Oh yeah, here it is, right here. This is actually Changsong Palace, which is generally the primary residence of the Kim family, including Kim Jong-un from what we know at the moment. Changsong residence is only a few miles away from the Chinese border, and the general belief was that when this place was constructed under Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il way early on, back in the 60s and 70s, that it was so close to China that if they stay here for most of the year, they're really not under the threat of being killed directly by the United States, because or South Korea for that matter, because they would be bombing their location so close to the Chinese border that it might provoke the Chinese into a response. So for this reason, this is the primary reason that we know that Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and most likely Kim Jong-un had picked Changsong Palace to be one of their primary places of residence. Nevertheless, there are a load of these throughout the entirety of North Korea where the quote-unquote great leader, or the fat man, wanders around to hang out at, but it appears that the SEAL Team 6 operation was attempting to get close to one of these sorts of compounds and then set up some form of a listening device to be able to listen into communications. Apparently, the SEAL Team 6 team, the SEAL Team 6 infiltration team ran into some civilians that were mistaken for compound security forces. And also explain this as well, there are private bodyguard detachments that have been raised by the Korean Internal Security Services that are their specific job is to create an incredibly large perimeter around these sorts of palaces, and if anybody gets close to this perimeter, they are to be shot on sight. Apparently, there were some civilians near to the security perimeter that were attempting to forage food from the surrounding hillsides, and the SEAL team mistook them for being a part of the security team on the security perimeter of one of these compounds. SEAL Team 6 engaged them and pretty much outright killed them, and then it was found out that they weren't a part of the security detachment, they were civilians, and then it was discovered afterwards, anyways, no matter how that went, that SEAL Team 6's position had been compromised because they had now engaged North Koreans in general. So then the SEAL Team 6 had to exfiltrate without planning the listening device and then escape the country somehow, some way. Of course, we don't know the exact details of where this went down inside of North Korea, which residents this involved, or for that matter, how many civilians were actually killed in the result of this botched raid, but it is a fairly interesting sort of a development to say the least, and one that actually confirms that for the first time ever, the United States has conducted a special force raid, at least one that we know of now in 2019, to try and set up a listening device inside of North Korea. And with that in mind, folks, considering that this is the only one that we know of, and there is a possibility that others like this have been conducted and have gone smoothly, a lot of people are wondering, have we bugged Kim Jong-un? Have we bugged the Fat Man? Is there a bug on the Fat Man? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
So it looks like 45% of our audience said Kim Jong likely has been bugged at some point or another, maybe during that raid or a different one, while 20% said it's a 50-50 chance, and 19% say it's impossible to bug Kim Jong. And I want to say this first of all, it is extremely hard to surveil anybody in the North Korean government. Of course, we have satellites that do flyovers that take satellite imagery of the ground so we can monitor their military movements. But human intelligence in North Korea is next to impossible. And I'm not saying that to like underestimate it. It is actually that hard. I've heard intelligence people speak on that before. It's hard to get anybody to be a double agent in North Korea because they snitch on each other like it's going out of style. So it's very hard to do that. It's also hard to smuggle somebody in because everybody knows everybody in North Korea, especially in Pyongyang. The elites know everybody. So to sneak somebody in and have them as a undercover sleeper agent is next to impossible. So wiretapping them, I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you, folks. I really have some doubts about the story personally. I'm not saying it's a lie, but I sort of lean on the side of skepticism with it because, to my knowledge, SEAL Team 6 is not typically the group sent in for surveillance. According to what I know, SEAL Team 6 is usually like the United States hit squad to a certain degree. If there's a terrorist overseas that needs taking out, they send in the SEAL Team 6 to go conduct it. If they're conducting a surveillance operation, they send in a group of people from the CIA, which is a special group that does it, to install these wiretaps and these things like this because they're more trained in it and they know how to get the job done better. Usually don't send in hitters to do that, at least according to what I know. So I kind of question the story a little bit. I'm a little bit skeptical. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be with the 44%. I would assume that Kim Jong-un is most likely bugged and that there have been other operations that have set up listening posts in other areas of the country that were successful. But I'd also say that this is a fairly interesting thing to hear about, considering that these things, if they do happen, are most likely classified to the point that nobody will ever hear about them at all until it's about 80 years later. So I generally say that it's a little bit interesting that the story has been put out. However, I will also say that the New York Times has broken stories in the past that did turn out to be accurate. As a matter of fact, folks, the New York Times was the one to first break the Watergate story to the public about the Watergate scandal that happened back in the day. So it's not really like the New York Times is not without its sources, because that was considered to be quite literally so secret that only the president and the plumbers knew about the Watergate situation or break-in, and also the folks that got arrested there. But outside of that, this is also something that we have to consider is a little interesting. And Matthew has stated at least that he doesn't believe that the SEALs would do it. But to explain really quickly where the SEALs have come from or where they evolved from historically, before the SEALs were called the SEALs, they were actually called the Navy UDTs, the Underwater Demolition Teams. And that's basically what we would call frogmen, or what a lot of people would know in Denmark, it's still to this day, as the frogmen, because the Danes still operate frogmen and underwater demolition teams in their original form. Beyond that, The underwater demolition teams were specialized groups of divers that were able to conduct amphibious raids or operations to be able to destroy port infrastructure or to also be able to conduct inland raids, pretty much using the concealment of the seas or some form of a submarine dropping them off to be able to get up close to shore and then conduct this sort of a raid. So, with that in mind, considering that the SEALs evolved from the underwater demolition teams and that the SEAL teams are still heavily involved in diving, being one of their professional operations, and also covert amphibious raids, it's highly likely that the U.S. used a fast attack submarine of the USS Los Angeles class to get close to the shore. The submarine then got close to periscope depth or surface for a brief moment to allow the SEAL team to depart the submarine. They then boarded, well, pretty much landed on shore for a brief moment, tried to make it towards the residence. They then engaged the civilians on accident, which compromised their position no matter if it was civilians or security forces. And then they had to immediately pack up, make it back to the boat, then shoot back out to the submarine, and then reboard the submarine and depart the scene. That's most likely what happened, because trying to conduct a raid outside of a pretty much a submarine insertion would be incredibly difficult, considering that North Korea does patrol its surrounding coasts quite heavily, especially to try and make sure the defectors aren't attempting to escape by boat, which, interesting enough, is something that some North Koreans do attempt. That means that any sort of a raid where the U.S. would just, fly someone in on a helicopter, or for that matter, try and drop them off in some sort of an airdrop or anything similar, would be next to impossible, meaning that you would most likely have to use the Special Operations Force that was akin to any sort of a diving operation or amphibious operation.
Yeah, I get that, but it seems a little bit weird though to use SEAL Team 6 because the CIA has their own paramilitary officers, by the way. Like, and a lot of the people that are CIA contractors and paramilitary operations officers, they're usually former SEAL Team operators or they're former, let's see, I believe Rangers is another one they get them from, and other groups like that from the armed forces. They actually recruit them from the armed forces, like special ops groups, and they bring them over to the CIA when they're leaving the military. That's usually what they do. The CIA also has what's called the SCS, which is the Special Collection Service, which is a very, very specialized unit of guys that are usually former military that are trained in, like, for example, BUDS and underwater demolition like that. They know how to dive, they know how to go into the water and be very stealthy about it. And the CIA has their own internal groups that would do that. So that's why, to me, I'm a little bit questionable about the story because the CIA has their own assets to pull that off. So why would they use SEAL Team 6 to do it when they could use their own in-house guys that would probably be much more equipped to handle it, at least in my personal opinion?
Really quickly, I actually went to try and pull up what the SEALs do, and it actually appears that it's listed a lot over all over the place that they also conduct advanced reconnaissance operations, which this would be considered an advanced reconnaissance operation. So it's not out
I
of the
think that'll
realm.
be I think this would be a technical surveillance op, though. This would be that. I think the recon op you're talking about, I think that's a little bit of a different sense.
I don't know, because in the modern day, advanced reconnaissance operations would most likely involve setting up listening posts, because that is a form of reconnaissance or intelligence gathering. Like, all they have to do is just get in. They have the skills to be able to get in and set it up. I mean, you would really want a diver to try and set that up rather than a scientist, because a ranger from the 75th Rangers is not going to know how to dive or conduct an amphibious landing. That's not really within their skill set. The Rangers are more so based on airborne operations where they get dropped off by a helicopter. The SEALs, however, would be ones that would be more so akin to the sort of an operation, considering that they most likely, well, pretty much would guaranteed have been dropped off, most likely by a submarine, meaning that they would either have to be familiar with diving if they were dropped off while the submarine was at periscope depth, or they would have to be akin to some sort of an amphibious operation as well. So I'd say it's not entirely far-fetched to say that it would have been the SEALs, because not every operation involving special forces has to deal with being pretty much a hit squad. There's a lot of other things that special operations forces do, and even the Chinese Special Operations Forces, from what the U.S. knows, aren't really more set up to conduct, like, pretty much hit squad operations. They're pretty much more set up as rear line reconnaissance that's able to relay information back to the main army to let them know where key targets are and what to hit specifically. So I would say it's not really out of the realm for a Special Forces operation to be conducting a reconnaissance operation like this.
Maybe so. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. It just, to me, it seems a little bit weird that they would use the SEALs, but it's definitely possible. I think the SEALs have worked, or I don't say think, not probably, definitely. The SEALs have worked with the CIA and the intelligence agencies in the past. It's a known fact, so it's maybe so.
Maybe so. But we will have to see if we get any more information on that story. But I have a feeling that information is going to be incredibly sparse on that one. If we get anything beyond that news at all out of North Korea, well, actually not out of North Korea, that was out of the U.S., but the ongoing development in North Korea. In the meantime, we also were able to hear, wrapping up our East Asian news, at least for now, that apparently the Chinese are drilling for oil and gas inside of Taiwan's exclusive economic zone, with at least 12 vessels and drilling structures detected since July, some as close as 50 kilometers from Taiwan's Pratas Islands. So an interesting development with that, and it appears that the Chinese are drilling for oil, but still not really much more to go into than that. It's just another violation of Taiwanese sovereignty, and that's about it. But moving on from that, it's now time for us to start wrapping our way back around into the Indian subcontinent, the small updates we have from the Middle East, and then the myriad of updates and news that we have from East Europe and the Ukraine war. But before we get on into all of that, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to be able to get the chit chat with all of y'all and answer a few questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping right into our first super chat segment, we'll grab our 3 super chats and get right back to the news. So our first one is a massive $200 donation from LC39A, and he has changed his username to Bobby43, and a huge shout to you, Bobby, for that 200 Canadian right there, and we're very appreciative of it. He said, I'm LC39A, and you can simply call me Bobby.
And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you for the support, Bobby. And I gotta thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. That is a massive support, humongous. And I gotta thank you incredibly for that humongous support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to get this news out there every day and keep this thing running. And so I gotta say a massive, incredible, humongous thanks to you so much once again for your incredible support, because you help this channel to be possible and keep rolling each and every single day. So a humongous, massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $100 support, very generous as well, from Brian Maddox. And thank you very much, Brian, as well, for throwing in that massive support, just like Bobby as well, LC39A. And Brian said, seriously, you guys rock. He said, I found you about 45 weeks ago and hate it when you're not on. And also thank you for the kind words. He said, so refreshing to have a politics-free news source.
Hey, and I gotta say, thank you for enjoying a politics-free news source, Brian Maddox. We try our best, and I gotta say that I'm happy to know that we meet your criteria for being politics-free. I mean, anything at this point is politics-free compared to mainstream news, or most other people who claim to be news on YouTube. They are also usually very political to one side or the other, and what they call the truth is really just more so their political propaganda. But beyond that, I gotta say a massive, humongous thanks to you so much once again for the kind words, Brian Maddox, and helping this channel to keep on running and helping us to make this thing possible. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would just never be able to make this thing possible and help this make this thing a running certainty each and every day. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the help and keeping this thing running. Because if it was not for folks like you, we would never been able to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And so with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night.
Also, by the way, I see a couple of people speculating that maybe the CIA lost their budget, and maybe that's why they're using the SEALs. One, there's a couple things that are certain in life. Number one is taxes. You will always pay taxes. Number two, death. Death is certain as well. Everybody's going to die. And number three, the CIA will never lose their defense budget. I can promise you that. The CIA will never lose their budget. Even if they lose their budget on paper, they are still not out of money because they get money from a lot of other sources than the public's aware of. So the CIA will have money out the kazoo. We could just put it that way, because they've got some nice resources. But anyways, jumping into our last super chat here, this one goes to Gerald Everett, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Gerald, for that generous support as well. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Gerald said, maybe our assets near Venezuela are there to seize the Panama Canal in case China starts something in the Pacific.
And that's possible. It could be likely, but considering that Panama has pretty much tried to do a complete 180 the best they can and pretty much try and become friendly to the United States, I'm not really sure if it's going to be likely that would be the case, because it appears that we've completely abandoned the idea of recreating the Panama Canal zone, at least for now. And I think that we may have abandoned that ambition well on into the future. And also considering that the war with China and Taiwan is still expected to be in late 2026 through 2027, I'd generally say that I would like doing it right now would be well ahead of the curve, and keeping those forces in that area for that long would be incredibly expensive. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It's possible, but I think that we're more so directed actually against Venezuela itself. Also, really quickly, before we move on, I wanted to look into this because I see a lot of people talking about what the SEALs do or what the Special Forces would do or what the CIA would do. And I did pull up the Navy's website to go just pull up what they say the SEALs do. And this is everything that the SEALs pretty much do that the Navy will admit to. Conducting insertions and extractions by sea, air, or land to accomplish missions, pretty much any kind of mission, capturing high-value enemy personnel and terrorists around the world, collecting information and intelligence through special reconnaissance missions, carrying out small unit direct action missions against military targets, that's the hit squad part, and performing underwater reconnaissance and demolition of natural or man-made obstacles prior to amphibious landings. That's pretty much a successor to them being the underwater demolition teams and still specializing in that sort of thing. But once again, collecting information and intelligence through special reconnaissance missions, while you could put a guy on the ground, setting up a listening post is something that would possibly be done by these guys. I'll actually tell y'all really quickly, I knew a guy from Vietnam who actually was in the Air Force as an electrician, and he would not believe it, but electricians ended up catching a lot of lead in the Vietnam War, and this guy also said that they crossed over the border into Cambodia multiple times as Air Force electricians, himself armed with a rifle and the gear to set up the listening post, to set up the CIA listening post in Cambodia as a part of the Air Force. So it's not out of the question that the CIA would use the armed forces for these sorts of operations, because the CIA could have contractors, sure, but who in the world would be better at getting out of a submarine, going on shore, and setting this thing up, considering that SEALs are trained to be able to conduct an amphibious operation like that, and to also set up that sort of equipment. I mean, they don't have to be like an electrical technician to know how the system works. All they have to be able to do is show up with the system unseen, go through the process to set it up and get it running, which shouldn't be too much, and they're probably trained heavily on how to do that before this operation, and then get back to the boat and then the sub. So it's not out of the question to say that something like that could happen. Now, of course, it may have not been the SEALs, it may have been someone else. But for the SEALs to do it, I mean, it's not really that out of the picture, at least in my opinion. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we have for the night. And we still have quite a handful of news, quite a lot of it, as a matter of fact. Moving on into the Indian subcontinent, we also were able to hear today that India has officially rejected the United States' demands to stop buying Russian oil. The finance minister said India will continue buying the oil despite a 50% U.S. tariff. So it does appear that the Indians have decided they're going with bricks. And Matthew, do you think that their economy is going to sink like a brick?
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I'm not really sure because India has a lot of things to offer other countries, and they're revolutionizing themselves almost like China did when China became this mega like industrial power and also manufacturing base. India is basically following their footsteps, which is honestly a smart thing for them to do. So, from an economic standpoint, now obviously in the long term, going with BRICS is a bad idea for a long term thing, but in the short term, I think they'll be okay.
I honestly think they might actually be okay as well. It's probably going to cause them a hit temporarily, like you're saying, but they'll probably recover from it eventually, especially considering they're just going to tie their economy heavily into Chinese and Russian trade, although there isn't really a lot to trade with the Russians. But moving on from that and on into the Middle East, we have also been able to hear that apparently the Israelis are now considering a possible plan to annex the West Bank. And this is what they're currently considering as of today. Everything in light blue will be occupied by the Israelis and then annexed, and everything that's left in red will be Israeli occupied, but technically still part of the West Bank. I've got to be honest with y'all, I think this is a bad idea. Annexing this kind of territory, unless they're planning on forcibly displacing all of the people who lived in the West Bank, is going to be a pretty rough one. I really don't know how this is supposed to turn out to be a good idea, but currently the Israeli cabinet is weighing this plan to annex most of the West Bank, but I'll be entirely honest with y'all, this seems like a bad idea from the outset, just to be entirely honest with y'all. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear that the Lebanese government has now finally agreed that they will try and disband Hezbollah, and it appears that Abu Hassan and his 40 trikes have now appeared back out in the streets of Beirut and are once again standing up against the government, standing up against a man to try and keep Hezbollah alive. You can see a short clip of that right here.
Safety first.
Safety first.
They're using their emergency blinkers too. Look at that. Now you got to understand that these people right here may put their lives on the line on a daily basis for stupid stuff, but they will always use their emergency blinkers though. Always have safety in traffic. That's very important.
Man, someone said, race the motorbikes, and they said, sir, I mean, I don't think this is safe. Safety first. That's what I've been saying for 25 years. And if I say do it, then it's safe. Raise the power. Like, and then they went out there. Man, dude, they ought to put that line in Chernobyl. Like, they ought to go back and dub it to where instead of saying raise the power, he says, you'll do as you're told. when they, like, you know, pull all of the control rods out of the reactor. But anyways, still, it appears that there are some supporters of Hezbollah inside of Lebanon that are very displeased with the attempt by the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah forces. We'll have to see how this all turns out. This might actually turn into a second Lebanese civil war. But we'll have to wait and see. The government might just back off and completely abandon the whole concept of disarming Hezbollah if they meet a lot of resistance, because the Lebanese government is an incredibly weak one, and considering that Hezbollah actually has official representation in the Lebanese parliament, that also might weigh into the idea that they're not really going to be that apt to generally stop or disarm Hezbollah forces inside of their country. But moving on out of Lebanon and the Middle East at large, it is time for us to get on into the rest of the news that we have from East Europe and Ukraine. And that's actually going to be bringing us over to some of the additional updates that we've been able to hear out of the U.S. The United States is now considering a deal worth around $100 billion, according to some reports. Under the proposal, Ukraine would be able to directly purchase American weapons, while the United States would gain intellectual property rights to advanced Ukrainian military technologies, primarily drones and how they work, according to the channel. Very
It's
interesting.
an interesting idea right there for a deal because honestly, I don't understand where the deal is good for Kyiv. Because if Kyiv is going to be buying the American weapons at full price, but shouldn't it just end at that? Why does Ukraine have to hand over intellectual property rights if they're buying weapons at full price? So how is that a good deal? And also, how's that fair to Kyiv? It seems like we should at least give them a discount if we're going to get their intellectual property rights. Our goal is not to screw over Ukraine, folks. It's to help them out and also generally try to recoup our cost if we can in a fair way. I don't know why the U.S. is going out of their way to try to screw them over, essentially, because this seems like an unfair deal, at least in my opinion.
So to explain to y'all how this deal really works from what we've heard at the moment, the United States will get Ukrainian drone technologies in their entirety, in full form. The Ukrainians will provide everything. In return, we will allow the Ukrainians to buy American weapons at full price. That sounds like a pretty messed up deal when you really say it like that.
Yeah, honestly, and Ukraine has leverage to negotiate here because obviously Ukraine needs weapons, but they're also manufacturing a good bit of their own weapons these days. So they still need U.S. weapons, folks. I'm not going to pretend like they don't, but they're not as dependent as they used to be on U.S. weapons. But at the same time, the U.S. is so far behind on developing FPV drone technology for warfare, which is a necessity. We have to have that perfected by the time we go into World War III. If we don't have that perfected, we are going to be in up shit creek without a paddle. So that's why we want their drone technology, but we're not putting a value on it like we should be. We're sort of screwing around a little bit, trying to see if we can take advantage a little bit here and there. It's like just do it fairly. It's not like the U.S. Well, the U.S. is kind of hurting for money these days. We're in some deep debt, but at the same time, though, we shouldn't try to screw them over. They're in the midst of a war, fighting for survival, and they're essentially the front line, keeping Russia off of NATO's borders at this point. So I see it as a way to fund basically the protection of NATO borders and also to hold the Russians off. So we shouldn't be trying to gain something economically from it if we can try to avoid doing that.
This whole thing is a really interesting one, honestly, Matthew. It's pretty much like blackmail. We'll completely cut you off from any U.S. arms support, including munitions, if you do not give us all of your drone technology. Like, there isn't really an upside to Ukraine, and for some people who are saying this sounds like a fair deal, this is not a fair deal at all. This would be like the government telling you, okay, so if you give us all of your money, if you just give the IRS everything that you have money-wise, we'll allow you to continue to live in the United States. A lot of people would say that that's a pretty raw deal. Like, that's an incredibly raw one. You're already getting something that you already have access to, which is living in the country. In exchange, you have to give the government all of your money. And that's what we kind of call blackmail to an extent, in some circles. And I'd say that this doesn't really seem like a fair deal. I would say that if we wanted to put out a fair deal, we would say that we will provide Ukraine with $100 billion of weapons provided over the course of the next 3 years or 2 years. So $50 billion of weaponry per year if they give us all of their intellectual property rights to Ukrainian military technologies like drones. We get a massive informational, intelligence, and technological leap in drone warfare, and in return, the Ukrainians get the weaponry needed, and a lot of it over the next 2 years, to be able to provide themselves with the arms and means to be able to continue to blast the Russians. So it'd be a win-win for everyone. There's due consideration on both sides. With how this is going, there isn't really any consideration on the American side. It's just, this benefits us entirely. We sell you weapons and make money off of it, and you give us your drone technology, and you really don't get anything in return.
It isn't also funny as well on a different note. I heard that I think the Philippines is also trying to do something similar, but the Philippines isn't trying to, stiff them with the weapons prices or something. But the Philippines is trying to also acquire Ukraine's drone technology. And I see some people asking in the live chat, why are we so desperately wanting Ukraine's drone technology? Why can't we create it? Ukraine has unmatchable experience right now. They have on the battlefield multi-year experience in this brand new warfare, which is FPV drones. That is invaluable. Just from a training standpoint, that is purely invaluable. We can literally have their top guys, like for example, the very famous one who is Madar, who's what is he? The Birds. What's his squadron called, or his little group called? Yeah, the Birds of Madiyar. That group alone is so highly skilled in FPV drone production, training, and also use, like operation of those drones. We need that very badly because I've seen where our military is at when it comes to fighting with FPV drones. We are far behind. I'm not saying that to fearmonger or scare, but we are not on the level we should be right now to fight a war, which is honestly quite insane to see that. But it's also reflective of the legacy defense system we have in the United States. We have very good defense companies that know how to make really good, like large weapon systems, but they're not very mobile when it comes to making smaller systems like FPV drones that are disposable. That's not what they're set up to do. And that's why we're seeing a new emergence of those companies in America, like Anduril and companies like that are trying to move into that category because it doesn't exist right now in America. And Ukraine has it. They've built out an entire industry to develop these disposable weapons, which must be purchased by the United States to win a World War III scenario.
Yeah, I would say that it's something that's a little bit important to consider. And also, I see some people also adding in the chat. They're like, it's a fair deal. It's just a very fair deal to America. That's not a fair deal. That's a one-sided deal. If a real deal is to be made, there has to be something that they're getting in exchange for what we're getting. Right now, they're giving us drone technology, and they get nothing in reality because we've already been selling them American weapons. So pretty much what this is saying in the fine print is, if you don't give us your drone technologies in full, we're just going to stop even selling you weapons, which is a very raw deal. It's not a good one at all. So, just to put that out there, some people might not be getting that side of things, but just because a deal is incredibly one-sided to you does not mean it's a fair deal. That's an unfair deal. You have to give something to the other side in a deal for it to be fair. Otherwise, it's unfair. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear that apparently the president said today that the Ukraine war will end or there'll be hell to pay. And he also said after that, in 2 weeks. So moving on from that, we also got to hear that. No. You might as well.
I was about to say.
That's in parentheses. That's just understood at this point, in another 2 weeks. But we were able to hear that the Department of Defense has planned to place domestic and regional missions above countering adversaries such as the Russians and the Chinese, according to a draft of the upcoming National Defense Strategy. So it appears that we're going to be primarily preparing to deal with the Chinese and the Russians in the outbreak of war. And some people may have just heard me say Department of Defense. And I know a lot of people are about to be coming in and going, no, it's the Department of War. And for that, I actually have Enforcer Matt here to tell y'all what's been going on with that today and what the real situation of that is. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So to give you all the lowdown on this whole situation, the Department of Defense is now being called the Department of War, but there is a catch to it. There's a big catch. The U.S. president does not technically have the legal ability to change the names of the departments. That power lies in Congress, to my understanding. So Congress has the ability to abolish or change federal departments and also their standing, or they have the right to abolish them completely and also create them as well. So technically, he needed to go to Congress to get permission for it, but the workaround that the U.S. president apparently came up with, or at least his officials came up with, from what I've heard, and this is based on the knowledge I'm hearing right now from experts on the topic, legal experts, it sounds like they're saying that they're calling the Department of War a secondary name for the Department of Defense. So it's technically still called, in the primary name usage, the Department of Defense, but the secondary name is it's the Department of War. But yet you'll see that all the emblems, also the walls of the Pentagon, it's all being changed to Department of War. So I guess that's technically the real name of it now, but it's like a weird workaround that they're doing here. So I have a very strong suspicion that someone's probably going to create hell over this. They'll probably have to rip the name right back off the wall and put Department of Defense back up, and then do it the right way. That's my guess.
And that is true. Also, really quickly to explain this for all of y'all, it was actually an act of Congress in 1947 that created the Department of Defense, and then it was an act in 1949, once again by Congress, that actually gave the name to the organizational entity that ran all of the branches of the Department of Defense. So it was actually an act of Congress that changed the name in the first place from the Department of War to the Department of Defense. So generally, you can't really change the names or create anything new, like changing the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War without the Congress doing it. That's just how the constitutional powers in the country work. The president has the ability to run those departments, but he cannot inherently change or just delete or create any new departments. That's specifically a job of the Congress through the balance of powers. So the name changing deal, that actually falls under the authority of the Congress, and the Congress would have to change the name if it's going to be changed at all, at least by the constitutional definition of what would be constitutional or unconstitutional. So with that, I hope that does address that the best that we can, at least for that situation. So for this reason on the channel, we're still going to address it by its official name, which is the Department of Defense. Considering the Department of War, even by the current administration's admission, is a secondary name, we're just going to keep calling it the Department of Defense for now. So with that, we're going to be, also by the way, folks, I actually will say I'm a fan of changing the name to the Department of War. Like, I actually think that's a pretty decent sort of a name change, because we don't always fight defensive wars. We do fight offensive wars even still, and the Department of Defense has gone on the offense a lot of times in the past, since 1947 and 1949. So I generally like the idea of it being the Department of War, but at the same time, I also have to say that we do have to follow the constitutionally allowed actions to change the name. The Congress has to change it, the president can. I'm still for it, but it has to be done constitutionally. Anyways, moving on from that and out of the United States of America, it's now time for us to get on into the meat of the news that actually did happen in Eastern Europe. We were able to hear an update from Lithuania today that is generally showing us that the Lithuanians are starting to get a little bit concerned about the Russian drone threat that exists, as we are now hearing that as of today, air raid sirens will be activated across the whole of Lithuania when drones are detected, according to a new protocol. Red alert levels will be activated if it is determined that a drone may be carrying explosives. Yellow means that the drone does not pose a threat, and therefore no alerts will be issued. So it does appear that the Lithuanians are now developing a brand new drone air defense protocol at this moment to at least alert the public and tell them to shelter in place while the drones are in their airspace. Moving on from that, and on into Moscow, we've also been able to hear of a lot of significant developments inside of Moscow today. We were able to hear that apparently Medvedev is now saying that the Baltics are a threat, an imminent threat to the Russian Federation. And a direct quote from Medvedev today, and he stated, "Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania may attack Russia. We need to strengthen the border with them." That is something else, you know? That is something. I gotta say, it is a little bit crazy, because if you look at a force disposition map, the Baltic states are not at all in a condition to conduct an attack on the Russian Federation. As a matter of fact, they would only be best suited for a defensive operation in defense of themselves in an attack. They're not really designed for any offensive capabilities that can be conducted on their own. So a little bit interesting with that. And it also appears that this is Medvedev trying to give the Russian Federation some sort of a groundwork to start building up forces along the border with the Baltics in a guise, or at least a claim, that this is threatening Russian state sovereignty, which makes no sense whatsoever. It just does not. But moving on from the Baltic news, we also were able to hear, as another update from Moscow, that according to Putin today, if any Western troops were deployed to Ukraine even post-war, they would be legitimate targets for the Russian Federation, making it clear that the Russians are not accepting any peacekeepers in Ukraine, even if they're not American. We have also been able to hear that, according to the Russian government as well today, they have stated that North Korean troops are only stationed on Russian territory, not in Ukraine. I'm sure we can take them at their word because the Russian Federation has always been truthful and has never lied once. While all this was going on in the Russian government, we also were able to hear that apparently the gas shortages in Moscow are causing absolute panic. A Telegram channel today, this one in particular, with an audience of 300,000 to 5 million subscribers, began to spread the statements that gas was running out in Moscow. This is already something that we were able to confirm earlier in the week, but it appears that some Telegram channels throughout Moscow are finally starting to state that the gas is running out, and it's causing an absolute panic apparently inside of Moscow, with people making runs on the gas station to try and fill up the tanks of their cars with gas before the fuel runs out. We already know that the fuel's running out, so this is most likely going to accelerate the shortage, with the fact that everyone's now rushing the gas stations at this point to try and get some access to gas. Speaking of gas,
It sounds like the fear might be spreading in the capital, and that's the most dangerous place for the fear to spread because that's where all the elites of Russia are, is in Moscow, obviously, and also the surrounding suburbs of Moscow. So if they're getting scared and they are getting very, very, very worried about what's going on with the gas, I wonder if you're going to see people start showing up in the streets because it does happen from time to time. It's obviously not very common because, it runs a huge risk because you're dealing with Putin, who's a murderer, essentially, and he's going to probably whack these people or put them in prison or something. So I wonder if that's going to lead to civil unrest.
I would have to say it probably would lead to civil unrest because with these kinds of fuel shortages going on, there really is no way to keep civil order once the fuel supplies completely collapse because pretty much everything is going to collapse as an extent of that, including every single part of their resource industry and also anything that provides basic food, shelter, water, anything else to the public. So it probably will create a situation that will spiral out of control where the Russians can't even really control it at all. And speaking of which, speaking of that gas and oil situation, we also were able to hear that the impact at Ryazan was one of the most significant that's ever happened. Apparently, the fire that was caused by the drone strikes from just yesterday has knocked out the AT6 unit inside the refinery, which provided 48% of the plant's total capacity, or about 23,000 tons of refined fuel products per day. It was the only one left operating after the previous attack. Now with it out, this means that the entire plant may be inoperable and may not be producing any type of usable fuel products on a day-to-day basis, meaning that the shortage is, of course, worsening as a result of that attack. So it does appear that the Russians are in a pretty bad strait at the moment, and it's only getting worse with each passing day. Also, on top of that, a lot of people are talking about the upcoming Zapad, which is right around the corner from what we understand at this moment. And I was able to hear some rumors today, sleuthing around, that the actual military operations in the Zapad may begin on the 7th of September or the 13th of September, sometime around there. But that's not a definite time window, at least for now, but it seems like the best one we have at the moment. But nevertheless, Matthew, what are people thinking about the upcoming Zapad exercises, especially considering that Lithuania and Poland have been making massive preparations to ensure that there is an equal war game happening on the opposite side of the border as a deterrence?
All right. So we are hearing that not only is Poland preparing major war games, at the same time the Zapad will be ongoing, but also Poland is alluding to special measures, which are apparently being kept secret, and they're preparing that against Belarus in case of a provocation resulting from the Zapad Russia-Belarus joint exercise. So the question is, will these exercises, Zapad, start war? And it looks like the audience is all over the place in this one, actually. 34% said no, Zapad will be a nothing burger, while 33% said yes, Zapad will start war with NATO, and 24% said it's a 50-50 chance of it. And I can't even really say anything much about this, folks. This is so unpredictable where this is going to go. All we know is this force group that is heading from Russia and heading into Belarus and also teaming up with the Belarusian forces, it is definitely large enough to invade a Baltic state. Without a doubt. We know that for a fact. It's large enough to do that. So that's a major risk. We also know that Lithuania and Poland are mounting major operations to prepare for a potential invasion. That's what these exercises are all about. So it appears they're taking these measures to combat a potential invasion. Excuse me. But to say it's going to be a certainty, we just can't say that. We don't have enough information to be able to say that. But Zapad is probably the highest chance we're going to see this year of war starting between Russia and NATO. It's probably going to be the highest chance of it. So the next couple of weeks are going to be critical. If it passes by and Zapad happens without an invasion, that's going to be, I would say, a miracle at this point, because it sounds like people like Medvedev are laying the groundwork for an invasion. They're also making statements like the Baltics are going to try to invade Russia, which is insane. They're obviously not doing that. So they're laying the groundwork for something, but whether or not they're actually going to pull the trigger on something that wild, I would have to see it to believe it, like I've been saying. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, it's a 50-50 chance. I'd have to be with a 24%, because while it could be the beginning of a war, there's not always a guaranteed certainty that a war game will be. We always have to treat every war game, however, like it is a preparation for an armed invasion. That's what we always have to do, because if you don't respond to it in that way, that could actually entice them to start an armed invasion, because it's showing that you're so lax and so weak in terms of an ability to respond, that conducting an invasion would be a pretty simple sort of an action to take. So with that in mind, I would have to say that while the Zapad is quite a sizable exercise from what we were assuming this year, and it most likely involves about 115,000 troops involved in the exercise, I would have to say that the idea of them 100% guaranteed conducting an invasion is a little on the fence. I can't say that that's a guarantee. I would say that it's more so a likelihood, but considering that the Polish military exercise is happening on the opposite side of the border with Iron Defender, and the Lithuanians are also conducting their own military exercise with the Iron Wolf Brigade, I would generally assume that that sort of a defensive force alone, with the Russians having to push into it, would be enough to probably stray the Russians away to where they're really considering heavily whether or not they would want to move forward with this kind of an idea or this kind of an invasion plan, considering that it most likely would, at this point, wouldn't have a major chance of succeeding, because the Polish and Lithuanians have been able to mass a large enough defensive force that they can actually stop the Russians from physically taking the entirety of the Suwalki Gap. So I would say it's still a 50-50 at this moment, and we'll have to generally wait and see how it ends up turning out. But also at the same time, folks, we always have to treat every war game like it's a possible invasion, because if you don't treat them like that, you can end up getting caught lacking, like some people say in some parts of Birmingham, because that's what happened to the Ukrainians in 2022, is that they treated the Russian quote-unquote war game like a war game, and then they got invaded. So probably the best idea to treat them like the possible prelude to an invasion. But with that, we are going to be moving on from that little bit of news and into Ukraine, as we have been able to hear of more significant news breaking out throughout the front lines in Ukraine. And moving on up into the Sumy direction, we were able to see the Ukrainian 225th slamming some Russian forces. Take a look at this. Airstrikes abound all over the place. Beautiful stuff. They were hitting Russian forces inside of the Sumy direction. Quite massive
Oh,
hits.
wow. Look, they got a blade in the shot, too. Look at that. What the hell? They got a whole antenna on this thing? Are you seeing that up on the left corner?
Bro, they got like a TV antenna on this thing.
Yeah, really. I've never seen anything like that. I didn't know that. It seemed like they'd throw off the center of balance of the drone.
Man, honestly, I think it probably did, but I bet you the drone's like automatically like kind of counterbalancing that, maybe.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Maybe. Honestly, man, they need to check on the wear on the engines on the left side, because they're probably wearing out quicker.
Oh, they got so many of them these days. They can just like toss another couple of little motors on there and they're good to go.
Man, honestly, you might be right. You might be right, actually. You know, it's a little crazy, man, how many drones they have and how many motors that they have, and how interchangeable and irreplaceable they are. They're almost like the modern-day equivalent of the Willys Jeep.
I can't wait until Ukraine gets done with this war and wins it, so that way they can open up all that manufacturing to the hobby industry. They're going to be the best hobby industry drone manufacturer you've ever seen. They can, all these other hobby companies can step aside. Ukraine's going to like just dust them.
Here is why Ukrainian hobby drones are the best in the world.
And they can actually claim that and be right.
They're going to be cheap, that's for sure, and pretty decent in quality.
Isn't that crazy that the only other country right now in Europe that actually can produce their own drones from top to bottom is Croatia? Isn't that insane? That's where the U.S. military is buying their drones from, by the way, folks. When the U.S. military buys a FPV drone, they can't buy the parts, or they're not buying the parts from China, because they're worried about OPSEC issues with that. So they have to try to source all the components for these drones from a European country. And there's only one company in the European area that makes it. I can't remember the name of it, but they make the FPV goggles, they make the drones, and all the components for it. And they're the only company that does it, which is insane to think we only have one company that does all that.
I'd have to say so. But moving on from that and into the Suja region, we also got to see Russian logistics getting slammed as well today by the drone forces of Ukraine. Honestly, man, when you think about it, Croatia is like the last country you would expect to also make those kinds of drones, you know?
You know, and not actually. I'll be honest with you. Croatia, I think Rimac is which everybody should know. Rimac's a pretty large, like high performance electric car company. I believe Rimac is based in Croatia. Let me double check that though, real quick. Rimac, Croatia. Let's see here. Is Rimac? Yeah, Rimac is a Croatian company. Believe it or not, Croatia is actually a pretty big hotbed of high technology. Actually, they actually develop quite a few technologies which are cutting edge. Which most people don't even know that because most people are like Croatia, like I barely know anything about it. But Rimac is based there. The guy who founded Rimac is based there. I think now he works with Bugatti now. I think. And they're also on the cutting edge of the drone technology, at least in Europe they are. So they're actually pretty big powerhouse.
Interesting. I actually didn't know that. Let me go look at Croatia's GDP. Croatia GDP. GDP 92.5 billion, and it's been skyrocketing for the past 5 years. Like like the Croatian GDP has literally doubled it just from 2019.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that's actually crazy, really. You wouldn't think that Croatia would be a country like that, but they're like a man. When I first got here, it was civil war. Now it's a growing city. Tomorrow it'll be a metropolis.
I tell you, you got that iron in him. I tell you,
man, whoever governs Croatia must have that semiconductor in him. But anyways, man. But we can see the Ukrainians hunting down Russian logistics with relative ease. I gotta tell you, the Ukrainians make this stuff look like light work. And you know what's even crazier, folks? I always try and find y'all actual ground combat footage these days, but actual ground combat rarely ever occurs anymore. Statistically, 80% of all casualties of any type in Ukraine are caused by drones on both sides.
Isn't that insane? Like it's actually like it's not just hyperbole to say it's actually literally a drone war primarily. Only 20% are ground deaths.
Yeah, it's really crazy because, you know, back in the day, it used to be 80% of all casualties were caused by artillery. Nowadays, I guess in a sense you could call drones artillery because they kind of operate in the same way. It's indirect fire, wounding people and destroying stuff, but at the same time, it is different. And it's like, man, that's just wild to think that artillery plays that little, like everything now plays that little of a role compared to drones. Drones are the modern day version of precision artillery of the last warfighting age, which really came around and ended just a few years ago. But anyways, moving on from the Kursk area and on down into our location unknowns, we were able to see the best ribs in the world. Take a look. This is a brand new boat built entirely in Ukraine. Take a look at the boat. It is entirely Ukrainian made and the best in the world. Just look at it, Matthew.
Is that a Browning machine gun on the front? US made machine gun?
It kind of looks like it. Oh, is that a Mercury?
Holy cow, are those Mercury outboards, massive ones bolted to the back of this Ukrainian boat? Am I seeing this correctly?
I think you are. I think you are, man. Well, so basically, because the Ukrainians said today, I do want to say this. The Ukrainians sometimes do get into propaganda here and there, and they said that this was the best fast attack boat in the world, and it was entirely Ukrainian made. And it's like, well, is it really? Because it's like the main gun on board is an M250 cal from the United States, and also the Mercuries are from America as well. So it's like, is this really all Ukrainian? Or is it kind of like the hull is Ukrainian, but everything else is American?
I'm just saying this, like, no offense to Ukraine, but the narco boat down there near Venezuela had like 4 outboards. How are they gonna let them top them like that? Like, this thing should have had 4 outboards. Come on, man.
Dude, you're like one of those like judgy parents. You're like, man, you have 2 outboards, but the Venezuelan narcos had 4. Like, you could do better.
Honestly, I think two might be all these boats can support because these things also weigh a good bit. And also, if you put too much horsepower in a boat, you can simply cause it to like lose control if you add too much power to it. So I think maybe two is all it could support. But also, it's like those are big. Those are V6 outboards, by the way. So they put out some pretty good horsepower. And also, yeah, it's circled in red right there. Look at that. The V6. There's also the Browning at the front. So yeah, pretty much the main components, the armaments and the engines are American made, but the frame of the boat, the hull is Ukrainian made. So technically, it's their boat, but it's kind of like, an American parts bin boat, if you really think about it.
Yeah, kind of. It looks nice though. I will admit they look pretty cool, but still not entirely Ukrainian. And probably very comparable to that of a rib here in America. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear that the United States has plans to provide a batch of ERAMs to the Ukrainians. We'll have to see if that ever comes to being, and we'll talk about it once we see the ERAMs in use. But we're hearing that apparently the delivery of a trial batch of 10 prototype missiles is planned for October of this year. So we'll have to see how they perform then. We also were able to see the Russian casualty report, and holy moly, Miss Decent, keeper of the record, said correction, and troop loss total 1,086,220, and losses in 800 average range for the past 3 weeks. Tanks are 0 to 5 daily, MLRS and AA is 0 to 2 daily losses. Average artillery is around 45 a day, and vehicles are around 100. Drone losses vary depending on size of the Russian barrages, averaging over 200 a day. And breaking down the numbers in particular for the past 24 hours, we were able to see that 810 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 2 APCs, 139 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 50 artillery pieces, 222 drones, 1 MLRS, and 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. All in all, it was a pretty damn good day, and it's great to see that the Russians did take a decent amount of losses. Moving on from that and into the northern front near to Kupiansk, we were also able to see the 13th Brigade taking out some Russians and their vehicles. We can see right here an Osboli squad. You see that right there, and he's about to go squaw, and there he goes, flying like the birds, getting those flight miles. And here comes another. Oh, a double tap.
Also, by the way, I just got to point this out, like, not trying to like start beef or anything like that, but somebody in the live chat is trying to like come at me over the whole thing about the Ukrainian boat. They said, "Who cares? It's Ukrainian made." They said, "Are Apple iPhones entirely American?" No, but also at the same time, the Apple puts on the back of the phone, it says assembled in China, though. They're not trying to hide that from people. Like they admit that. They say designed in California, assembled in China. I think some of them may say assembled in India now, because I think they moved some of their productions to India. I think, but I'm not sure. But that's not a good comparison, good sir, right there. That's a bad comparison. It's not even close. The Ukrainians are trying to claim the entire boat is Ukrainian, and I know it's a small point, but I don't. I just that was a silly comparison, at least to me.
Yeah, like also it's more so of like the propaganda side of things that gets a little bit obnoxious with that here and there, is that the Ukrainians will take like a lot of stuff from around the world and then put it together, and then they'll be like, this is entirely Ukrainian and it's the greatest thing on the planet. And it's like, well, it was Ukrainian made, but a lot of the parts come from other countries. It's not like, it's not like this is North Korea where Kim Jong Il made the semiconductor and the hamburger and also shot a perfect game of golf with everything being a hole in one, and it was just perfect and beautiful. That's like kind of what gets me a little bit annoyed here. I mean, it's not annoyed to the point of like insanity, like where I'm just going off, but it's like at the same time, it's like, why in the world go that far to say? It'd be like, like I think it would be even better for the propaganda, especially for outreach, considering that Ukraine requires a lot of foreign goodwill, to say that this is Ukrainian made with American motors and an American machine gun, and together this American-Ukrainian combination is one of the best in the world. Then also you're able to give a little bone to all of the Americans out there who are listening to the war, and they're like, yeah, America is great, and Ukraine is really appreciative of our country and our efforts to help them, and that's why we should help them more, because they really appreciate what we do. Like you could do it that way as well on a propaganda side, and as far as reaching foreign audiences, it would do a lot better. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got to see the Ukrainians hitting a buke. We hear them playing that horror music as well, like very quietly though.
The horror.
Oh, and they got it. Look at that. It's gone.
Damn, they hit it hard.
And we can see them here continuing to look at what's going on. What like that? They're continuing to hit the Buke. They said, "I'll rebuke you, Buke," and then blew it to pieces.
Oh, the huge manatee.
And that's one hell of a manatee right there, I tell you.
Save the manatee. Save the manatee.
Man, manatees are pretty chill, though. I like them.
You gotta love manatees. They're a lot more chill than a Russian, I'll tell you what.
You see them here lining up
Don't
this...
sound like Adam Sandler from Happy Gilmore there. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to get hate for this. Never watched that. Happy Gilmore. Never seen it.
Man, honestly.
Call me Sad Gilmore. I haven't watched it.
Man, call me Pitiful Gilmore. But anyways, we can see the Buke cooking in the streets. Call that a on-the-spot barbecue, because they are grilling. But with that, we're going to be moving on from that clip and further down the line and into the Kremena forest, where we were able to see the Signum unit hitting Russian forces within the woods. So far, from the Kupiansk area down to the Kremena forest, there hasn't really been any Russian frontline advances over the course of the day, and of course the Russians have just been racking up losses in this area and not really getting any gains in the meantime.
Is that the fiber optics cord that's hanging in front of it, the orange thing?
I don't really know, actually. I don't think it was. I think it was something for the bomb, but it was weird. But that's the end of the clip from the Signum unit, and moving on from that and on into our next clip, we also get to see in the Seversk area the 45th Artillery Brigade taking out some Russian artillery in counter battery action. Take a look at this. Oh! Perfect counter battery.
They really gave it to him there. Gave him the whole hot dog.
Whoa, I mean, kind of like gave him the whole sausage, like the whole thing.
They're not going to Subway, but they're getting the, well, never mind.
Listen, folks, these Russians ain't dining at Arby's, but they're getting the meat, all right? like that's what Matthew's trying to say.
I'm trying to say something like that. But sometimes you start to say something, and then you realize in your head, well, I think that might come out bad. So I think I'll just sort of backtrack that one.
Also, I see some people saying Adam Sandler movies suck. Like everything's subjective. Some people hate our show, so I've never really watched a lot of Adam Sandler movies to know me personally. But usually things are very subjective to folks' taste. Like some people can hate it, a lot of people love it. It's that sort of a deal. But moving on from that and down into the Donetsk area, we also get to see some more Russian buildups in Donetsk. First, look at these goobers. Look at him with the crink. He's got a crink. Oh my goodness, he's wearing some goofy looking bulletproof vest that's too small for him. Honestly, man, that's a lot like my bulletproof vest when you look at it, man. The one I've got. It's like extremely small. That's about
this guy's got the stance down, though, man. He's got the stance down, though. He's got that perfect placement of the hand on the rifle. He's got the stance down, the slightly canted head, the neck gaiter, and all that stuff. Like he's even got the little what do they call those jungle hats right there? What are those called? Yeah, the boonie hats. He's even got that too. This guy's got the drip.
Oh, then they got the Bahaka. We'll just skip past that, and then they've got this KAMAZ, I think.
Can't tell what that is. It kind of looks like a KAMAZ a little bit.
This is like the KAMAZ with like that excess height car modification, like an American box car. That thing's freaking tall. Look at that.
It really is. It's top heavy.
Man, you could fit so many reams of paper in the back of that thing. It's like it's working in a paper mill. But anyways, we also get to see this one as well, which is a KAMAZ, guaranteed, because that is the KAMAZ logo, with some other form of a bed on it. Don't know what it's carrying though. It's like a small container and then some extra garbage up front. But moving on from that and on up towards the front lines where these vehicles were apparently moving to, we were able to confirm that today the Russians have been pushed back. It appears that the effective encirclement is finally amalgamating in some sort of frontline change, as the 425th appears to have been able to threaten the rear line of those several brigades well enough near to the area of Fedorivka that they're now pushing the Russians back into Fedorivka itself. So it does appear that there have been some significant frontline advances today, at least within that area. Outside of that, We also were able to see that the 425th Separate Assault Brigade has captured 29 Russians within that area around the town of Mirnohrad, which is behind the Russian lines and is a part of the effective encirclement, at least for the moment. We have also been able to hear further south near Hradivka that Russian forces were getting hit today by Magyar's famous Wormbusters unit, or as it used to be called, the Birds of Magyar. We see them. What in the hell? Was that like an airport shuttle?
Can't tell. This thing right here, this is not an airport. This looks like a, I don't know, it's not an airport shuttle.
Bruh, it looks messed up. That thing would be on a Rodnik section if we had a picture of it, like a really good one. But they hit it, blew it up. And when you see it smoking, it appears to have a D-30 attached to it. And that's the end of that clip right there, but still great to see. Moving on from that and down to the Pokrovsk area even further south, we also got to see the 7th Army Corps. The entire Corps, oddly enough. I don't know what unit this was. They just said it was the 7th Corps, which is made up of multiple brigades, so we don't know what brigade actually did this. We just know it was a part of the 7th Corps. But we can see them whipping out the car antenna to show what they're about to hit, and hitting the Russians nice and good. Look at them! It's a BMP. Actually, that's an MTLB, but they're cooking it up none the same. All the same is the real English term. Do I do good in English? No. But we can see them here hitting a BMP as well in its rear doors, which, by the way, double as fuel tanks. And we can also see them hitting this Russian car coming down the road. Or, better yet, that dirt bike.
That dirt bike, it got really dirty after they hit it, too.
Man, honestly, bro, that thing got as dirty as that breakup of KTM. Rest in pieces. And we can see them continuing to attack Russian forces. After that long silence. I was like, that silence is long. But we can see them continuing to hit Russian forces with the Rona. And that's the end of the clip right there. But moving on from that and on into our next clips further down the line, we also were able to hear in Anapa inside the Russian Federation that it appears that a radar installation has been hit and was destroyed. We were able to see the before and after satellite photography confirming that a Costa 2-2 radar near Anapa was hit and destroyed sometime around the 2nd of September. Satellite footage finally came out to confirm that the radar had been knocked out. This is actually showing us that the Ukrainians are destroying significant long-range over-the-horizon radars throughout the entirety of the Russian Don region, including the Nebo radar in the Rostov Oblast, and now this brand new radar inside the Anapa area. This may be trying to open up the airspace to allow for greater drone infiltration abilities and to also decrease the efficacy of any Russian air defense that may be within the area, which is already limited in its own sense. But moving on from that, we also got to see some pictures from Snake Island. Take a look at these pictures. These just came out recently this week, and they're fresh. But the pictures of Snake Island actually were pretty cool looking. I was like, wow, that's really neat. So I had to show it to you all, because Snake Island is a very famous place in this war. A lot of history behind it, at least at the opening weeks. But moving on from that and out of Snake Island, it's now time for us to move on up into Kyiv. But before we move on up into Kyiv, I do want to say that we have one last poll to ask all of you about. And Matthew, what are people saying about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so a very interesting question here to round out our last poll before we jump into the speech of the night. The poll says, despite Putin's aggression, U.S. officials want to keep an open dialogue while arming Ukraine at the same time. And what are your thoughts about that? And it looks like 49% of the audience said we should cut contact entirely with Russia since they're not willing to negotiate in good faith, while 38% said it's necessary to keep open communication for de-escalation purposes, and 10% said I'm about 50-50 on this one. And unfortunately, folks, on this one, I'm going to sort of be in the minority for a very logical reason here. It's necessary for de-escalation. We can't cut contact completely with any country. That would put us in a very precarious situation that could potentially lead to a nuclear war, because even enemies will contact each other and let them know about nuclear tests and things like that. And if we don't have that open red line, basically the red phone is what they call it, then we are putting ourselves in a position where we're in the dark. The Russians are also in the dark, and that could lead to some very fatal misunderstandings. So no matter how much we despise what Russia is doing, we have to keep communication. And also at the same time, people may not know this, but top ranking military officials and also certain executive agency officials as well, they communicate with Russia on the regular, even in the midst of all this very high tensions. They will call up their counterparts, like for example, Russian generals, and they'll have talks with them off the record and sometimes on the record. They do that to keep the tensions to a minimum as much as possible, but they're not trying to be like, best buddies or something. They're just trying to make sure that there's an open talking dialogue, so that way we're not about to, encroach on nuclear war without anybody seeing it coming. That's basically the point of it. So the red phone is super important. We can't cut that line, and I'm not in favor of cutting that whatsoever, no matter how much the Russians are in the wrong. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree with Enforcer Matt on that, and I'd also have to be within the 39%. We always have to have an open line of communication with the Russians, even if they are a hostile power, much like they were during the time of the Cold War, which we also had an open line of communication with them, because misunderstandings can create a situation that will get everyone killed. So we always want to call them up and say, hello, we're not trying to kill you all today. Are y'all trying to kill us today? No? Okay, that's good. Great to hear. We'll make sure to check up on that in 3 days. Okay, we're not killing you. Thank you so much once again. You always have to make sure to do that. That's what we did during the whole Cold War, because if we end up having any kind of miscommunications with the Russian Federation, they could end up believing that we're about to attack them for some reason, because a lack of information will lead people to assume the worst, and that could lead them to start some sort of an armed action against the United States of America preemptively with really no good cause. And that also could lead us, due to a lack of communication with them, doing the same. So I would also have to be with the 39% as well, that generally it wouldn't be a great idea to completely sever contact with the Russians, because then that would leave us with no ability to ensure that we're not unnecessarily escalating the situation. At this moment, we have to escalate it, but at least we're still able to communicate with the Russians enough to get an idea of what's going on and to make it incredibly clear that this is what we're escalating to, and we're not going any farther, so that way they don't get any rash ideas, or we don't get any rash ideas due to a lack of information. But still.
But also at the same time, though, we should end the diplomatic talks. Like, that's totally different than de-escalation talks. De-escalation talks can take place in private, on closed lines. These public diplomatic escapades that keep happening, where we're trying to court Vladimir Putin like he's an ally or something like that, that should come to an immediate stop. That is not the same thing as keeping open dialogue. That's called appeasement. So on a diplomatic sense, cut that. I say stop that immediately. There's obviously no good faith on the Russian side, so we shouldn't keep negotiating the end of the Ukraine war if they're not going to talk fairly. So that's the part I would say a little nuance to it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like obviously, peace talks with the Russians are pointless. Those should cease. But saying that we should completely cut off contact and never talk to them about anything at all from here on forward, even if it's just making sure that we're not all killing each other with nuclear weapons, that's not a good idea. And we never even did that during the Cold War, when the Soviet Union was quite truly our mortal enemy, building nuclear weapons and also funding and supporting conflicts globally for decades that were intent on trying to undermine the Western sphere of influence. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least in our opinions. And with that, it's time for us to move on up into Kyiv to cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky today. And you know what's crazy, folks? He actually had a conference with a representative of Slovakia. That's the flag of Slovakia right there. And this was in Uzhhorod, which is, let me show y'all.
Isn't that the president?
Right here. I think that is FICO right there. He has a great credit score, I heard. But beyond that,
he's got that FICO 9 score. I tell you, he's got the top notch stuff. He can get a mortgage anywhere.
Dude, he's got that FICO Platinum. Dude, if they ever open up a platinum mine in Slovakia, this guy can legitimately claim that it's FICO Platinum. And I honestly, folks, while FICO is a very disliked character, including to Matthew and me, that would be hilarious if they actually did open up a platinum mine right now in Slovakia and called it FICO Platinum. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on into the speech. We won't be able to show all of it. It's 30 minutes long, but we'll show all of the statements made by Zelensky here at the start. It's about 6 minutes long or so, and then we'll be wrapping it out and then moving on into the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to all of y'all through the super chats and live chats. So without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Доброго дня, шановний пане прем'єр-міністре, Дякую за цей візит, шановні журналісти. Сьогодні в Україні прем'єр-міністр Словаччини. І у нас сьогодні була змістовна розмова. Важливо, що є цей наш діалог. Ми будемо продовжувати обов'язково цей діалог. Пан прем'єр-міністр Словаччини в Ужгороді не вперше, але це перша наша зустріч саме тут. І маємо зберігати прагматичний характер роботи, як сьогодні. Важливо, щоб це мало продовження на рівні міністрів, на рівні наших інституцій, не тільки на рівні лідерів. Зокрема, ми домовились провести в жовтні засідання міжурядової комісії. І отже, сьогодні ми обговорили ключові теми, те, що принципово для України, те, що принципово для Словаччини. Я поінформував про нашу розмову вчора з президентом Трампом, також про роботу з лідерами коаліції охочих для наближення миру, гарантування безпеки України, отже, всіх наших сусідів. Російська агресія, намагання дестабілізувати життя України і інших країн ніколи не завершується однією країною. Маємо зробити все, щоб негативні сторінки історії не повторились ані для України, ані для Словаччини, ані для інших країн Центральної Європи. Прем'єр-міністр розказав мені про свої контакти в Китаї. Ми бачили, хто там був і хто що говорив, як себе поводив. Важливо, щоб Путін не сприймав такі свої візити, як індульгенцію. Мир не має альтернатив. І ми виступаємо за мир, і треба завершити війну, і це повинна зробити саме Росія, як єдиний суб'єкт, який цю війну почав, і який, на жаль, затягує її. Ми в Україні хочемо миру. Ми розраховуємо на підтримку наших мирних зусиль. Роберт запевнив, що Словаччина буде разом з нами і з іншими партнерами в роботі заради миру. Ми обговорили тематику безпекових гарантій для України, і добре, що Словаччина готова визначити свою позицію щодо цього та відкрита до діалогу з нами. Більшість Європи вже в гарантіях, і ми працюємо з партнерами. Вважаємо, що було би правильно, щоб Словаччина також була частиною нової системи безпеки. Ми цінуємо також, що Словаччина готова працювати з нами в форматі коаліції укриттів. Дякуємо за цю підтримку. Це передусім стосується шкіл в Україні, дитячих садочків. Ми будемо вдячні за цю підтримку. Важливо, щоб наші міністри забезпечували відповідні результати. Чудово, що у нас є така зустріч, така можливість проговорити різні питання, і міжнародні питання. І ми чуємо від Сполучених Штатів, яку вагому роль для президента Трампа відіграє питання енергетичної незалежності Європи. Треба дати відповідь на це, і це залежить від кожного в Європі. У російської нафти, як і у російського газу, немає майбутнього. Якщо Америка надалі буде саме такою рішучою, це буде відчутною зміною ситуації і фактором, який точно гарантуватиме, що Росія не буде воювати. Я хочу відзначити, що Словаччина підтримує Україну в русі в Євросоюз. Дякуємо за цю підтримку. Це для нас дуже вагомо. Зараз тривають перемовини. Україна заслуговує на відкриття відповідно кластерів. Ми розглядаємо вступ України в Євросоюз як частину безпекових гарантій для нас. Позитивно сприймається очільниками європейських інституцій і в європейських столицях, і в Вашингтоні. Нас підтримують дуже. Це важливо. І дякую, пане прем'єр-міністр, що ви підтримуєте рух України в Євросоюз. Однак ми бачимо і те, що Україна та Молдова мають і надалі разом рухатись до членства в Євросоюзі. Так само важливо, щоб двостороння співпраця в економічних та інфраструктурних питаннях тут, у нашому регіоні, зміцнювала наші народи, зміцнювала наші країни. Міністри сьогодні піднімали питання транскордонного руху. Важливо збільшити потенціал пунктів пропуску на кордоні. І також ми цінуємо нашу співпрацю для енергетичної стійкості. Йдеться про імпорт електрики для України, щоб забезпечити потреби наших людей в умовах російських ударів, ракет, дронів. І також йдеться про експорт наших енергоресурсів через територію Словаччини третім країнам. Чим більше ми будемо працювати один з одним, тим краще буде для всієї Європи. Я впевнений в цьому. Принцип для України один. Ми готові забезпечувати і енергостабільність і для Словаччини, і для інших партнерів, і мати спільні проекти. У нас тільки один принцип – це не російські енергоресурси. І ще одне. Сьогодні вагомий результат наших залізничників, і хочеться їх привітати. Нова колія, частина європейської мережі, яка з'єднує Ужгород з Братиславою, Кошице, Будапешт, Віднем. І це тільки один з перших наших таких кроків фактично в інтеграції української залізниці до мереж Євросоюзу. Дякуємо всім, хто працював над цим результатом, над цим проєктом. Це спільний проєкт з Євросоюзом. Попереду тисячі подібних проєктів. Україна буде частиною Євросоюзу, обов'язково. Дякую ще раз, пане прем'єр-міністр, за візит. Слава Україні!
Slava. We don't want to hear the FICO score. We don't want to hear that.
Listen, we got enough of FICO Platinum the way it is, damn it. Like, we're not listening to that. But that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine here on day 1290 of the news from around the world. And we're going to be moving on into the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to all of y'all. But before we even get on into that segment, I've got to say a big shout out to the 10.4 thousand people who are watching the stream right now. And the 107,000 people. I had to make sure that I got that number correctly. 107,000 people who are here watching the stream tonight and have watched it so far. That is a lot of people to have watching a stream over the course of 2 hours. That's an average of about 53,000 views per hour. And that's a truly amazing and incredible thing to know that so many people have been here tonight, once again, watching the stream. And I also have to say that a big, humongous thanks to everyone so much once again for always enjoying and watching this channel to the degree that the Enforcer channel, as of yesterday, if this will load, was number 58 in America. Look at that right there. That was a drop of 31 spots. But nevertheless, we're still in the top 100. In the top 75, as a matter of fact, even yesterday.
We got beat by Good Wood, Sawmill, and Equipment. What in the world? Does it say Sawmill and Work as the hashtag? I'm kind of curious now.
Honestly, man, they beat us because they got that good wood. Kind of like,
Oh.
I'm going to stop the joke right there. But also,
That's crazy.
Also, we happen to beat Rwanda TV and the Kansas City Chiefs as a full football team. That's actually kind of crazy. Let's see.
Who was up?
Who was up? Let's see. The White House finally beat us for once. That's actually shocking. I can't believe that. We usually beat the White House. Let's see here. Steak was once again on up there.
Steak. We got the steak. We got the filet mignon jumping up ahead of us again.
You know, it's kind of crazy, though, man. The UFC got 14.9 thousand live viewers, and we got 13. Actually, technically, we got 13.8. They miscounted it on Playboard. So we should be up here around number 56 if it was counted accurately, but still, we'll work with this. So it's a little bit interesting to see. We're only about 1,000 viewers short of the UFC.
Interesting. Who else is up there? We seen anybody else that we're familiar with?
Oh, yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah. CBS, actually. And Fox, wow, crazily. They actually got above us in viewership. And then, let's see here. I Show Speed, who's always at the top, near to the very top. And then Sports TV.
Interesting. So, yeah, I recognize a handful of these folks here, but yeah, looks like it was a close call yesterday with some of these. It looks like there was a lot of channels that were pretty much tied, and we were kind of in that category.
Yeah, it's actually crazy though to think that's where we're at these days. Really crazy stuff. But I got to say a huge thanks to all of y'all so much once again for watching. And if you have enjoyed, please join our amazing, massive, growing army of people who watch this show every single night by hitting the subscribe button, hitting the like button, which is something that you can do right now. Do it. Why not? What's stopping you from doing it? What's stopping you? And also comment if you'd like in the live chat or in the comments section. I don't know, wherever you'd like to. But nevertheless, I gotta say, a humongous, massive thanks to all of y'all so much for watching our news segment so far. And with that, it's time for us to move on into the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to all of y'all. And it is a fun segment, folks. We get to talk about literally anything and everything in the question segment, except for religion, politics, climate change, or if the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare. But nevertheless, Matthew, tell us, what are the questions for the night?
All right. So jumping into the most highly anticipated part of the stream, which many people are telling me. A lot of people are saying it's the question segment. Some say the best segment of the stream. Some say it's an old-fashioned term that people don't use anymore, questions. Sometimes it's hard to get questions. Sometimes it's hard to answer questions. But here on the Enforcer channel, we do answer those questions. As I just clicked off the spreadsheet, which was a disastrous move right there. Let me try to get back to it real quick. There we go. So some say that Matt screws up and clicks off his spreadsheet sometimes, but he can press the back button and get right back to it. So jumping right back into our first super chat here, this one goes to Rick Galinchin, who's of course our viewer from Canada, and he puts in a 50 Canadian. And thank you very much, Rick, for that support and helping to keep the channel running. He said, "Thanks for making my evenings at work more interesting," and take one from the chat.
And thank you so much for the support, Rick Galinchin, and thank you for enjoying your evenings a little bit more because of the Enforcer channel. Many people hate their evenings because the Enforcer is on every day, 6 days a week. But a lot of people also, on the other hand, really enjoy their evenings because the channel is on and running these shows. And I gotta say, a massive, humongous thanks to you once again for supporting this channel and helping it to keep running so that way we can make these kinds of streams possible, day in and day out, each and every single night. And on top of that, we also get to make these kinds of question segments possible, where we get to talk about anything and everything that people want to talk about. Don't we all love that? Isn't that great? Isn't that a wonderful thing? We get to do all kinds of stuff, and it's thanks to folks like you, Rick. And so with that, a massive thanks to you so much once again, and we will make sure to get one from the live chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew, in honor of Rick Galinchin?
All right, and that one goes to in the zone chief, and he said, "How would DARPA's swarming drones compare to Ukraine's drone systems?" Honestly, I'd say this: anything DARPA creates is usually classified for at least a decade. That's typically the running standard for anything that DARPA makes. So if they have something, we wouldn't know about it. So swarming drones, if they've got them, and some people speculate that's what was being tested near New Jersey from the Army depots up there. It could have been, but we just don't know. I think DARPA is also based in that area as well in New England. I think their headquarters is up there as well. So DARPA is the king of special access projects, and I'm sure they're working on something like that. But they're probably more advanced than the public can probably even fathom at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say they're probably based out of Martha's Vineyard. Oh, God!
Oh, no, I doubt that the Homeowners Association wouldn't allow it.
They would not. Also, you know what's crazy is that I looked at this place. It's actually, like, super nice. Like, take a look at this. Well, this may not.
You said Martha Vineyard is nice.
Yeah, Martha's Vineyard is actually like a pretty neat little
hell
place.
Yeah, it's one of the most expensive zip codes in the country. It ought to be nice.
Look at this. It's like exactly what you would think a Nantucket kind of a town would look like, at least in this area around Cape Cod. Like, it's actually really cool like that. Of course, many of y'all will know that it made news for political reasons a while ago, but I'm just a fan of like the whole Cape Cod kind of a thing they got going on with the architecture and the style up here. It's really neat and it's pretty interesting to me. Honestly, this whole area of New England is a really interesting place. It's just that it's going to cost you $7 grillion to live in this house right here. And at that point, is it really worth it? No. But is it interesting? I mean, sure. Also, what is the Lookout Tavern? Oh,
this looks like it costs like $20.
Oh, he's being facetious, I'm sure. I bet you that the food is just fine in pricing. $30 to $50 per person.
Oh, time to go broke. I want that lobster roll for lunch. I tell you what, who's spending $50 on lunch? I mean, that's more than my daily allotment for food, man. I mean, you know how much I spend on food a day. It's usually like somewhere around the $15 range or $15 to $20 range, and that's pushing it at this point. So, I mean, that $50 for lunch, that's crazy.
I'm not gonna lie. That's the cost of a kidney, and who's selling? Oh, but beyond that, that's just nuts.
I tell you.
I mean, honestly, that is insane. I would not pay $30 to $50, folks, for like a lobster sandwich. That's just insane. But anyways, you know, I always heard, folks, that the lobster and the crab up here was plentiful and cheap. More importantly, the lobster. That's apparently a freaking lie, because at least there it was $30 to $50, and I'm not thinking that that's cheap. At least to me. And Matthew, me might be a little bit tight-fisted with the money, but that's still insanely expensive for anyone. Who the hell's going to pay that much for that kind of a sandwich? But beyond that,
you know what pisses me off even more than that? You'll pay $50. You'll pay $50 for the sandwich. You'll get your sandwich, a little small little sandwich, a little bit of a morsel to eat for $50. And then they'll have the audacity, not that specific place, but other places I've seen that charge a lot for food will have the audacity to stick that machine in front of you and want a tip at the same time. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're going to try to fleece me for a tip on top of the $50 like meal price as well? Like that is insane. Are you crazy? Also, same thing if you go to a coffee joint. Like I rarely ever go to coffee joints anymore because I don't waste money on that. I make it at home because it's a hell of a lot cheaper and makes more sense that way. But I went to a coffee joint, a very well-known coffee joint out in Salt Lake City that many people know, old-fashioned term by the name of Starbucks, to get one of those fancy little coffees so that way I could wake up and go to these meetings all day long. Went there and they stick the tip machine in your face. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, the coffee's already like $6 or $7, which is insane for a coffee. And then they have the audacity to say, I'm just going to ask you a question on the screen. And it has a tip thing, like to give them like $5 or something. I'm like, who the hell do y'all think is coming through here? Jeff Bezos? It's like people can't, like,
Whoa.
First of all, the $7 coffee is going to cause people to go broke if they buy that every day. And then the tip is really going to finish them off. That's going to, put it on the credit card, I'm telling you.
Well, calm down, Matthew. This kind of slander against Starbucks workers, they're going to go on strike. Be careful. like they have a union. Remember? They can go on strike. You say that stuff too much, they're going to quit. Like, they're going to go on strike and they're going to quit or something. Like, honestly, though, it's insane. Like the tipping culture these days. It used to be that you would tip at, like, restaurants and stuff. Nowadays, you're expected to tip everywhere. And I think that that's just absolutely insane. Tipping culture has gotten out of control. Because I remember it wasn't that long ago. People were like, you know what? We need to get rid of tips. And then it wasn't that long after that everybody brought tips everywhere now. And it's just insane with that. Also, one big question I got, Matthew, is what the hell is Braintree? Every time I come up here near the Boston area, it pops up right there. Braintree. Are there brains growing on trees? Oh.
This is Dead Tree.
I think they blast your brains into the trees around here. Like, this is a rough looking spot. I'm just kidding, by the way. It actually looks pretty neat, but interesting. Oh, look, an old cemetery. And those are very old headstones, like probably like colonial era, probably like 17th, 18th century. But let's see. Wow, look at this. This building is from 1699.
That's the French house.
And the first post office in 1825.
Interesting.
Huh. That's pretty cool. What else do they have? They've got the statue of John Adams made of cheddar.
I guess you could say he had that cheese.
Bro, he was cheese.
He got that cheese like he was from Vermont.
Yeah, and they're not that far from it, which makes this joke even better. Also, the natural beauty around here is actually quite nice. Look at that. Wow.
That is really nice right there. I like that. I like being near water and lakes. Especially, I like being near water and lakes and also having mountains in the background, too. That's the top-notch thing. Look at them swans out there, too. You can tell those are rich swans, too. You can tell they've got some money in the bank.
My father drives an Aston Martin. My father drives a Rolls Royce. like they're
I
floating.
think today I'll go take a dip in the trust fund and go swim in it.
I swim in the lake that's a part of the country club. It costs about $60,000 for an initiation fee, and then $10,000 quarterly. Oh heavens, I'm just so wealthy and ridiculously exorbitant in my expenses to do things that you could just do with the public. But the public is...
And as they heard about the plight of the plebs, the poor swan pulled out a wad of 20s and wiped his tears away and said, "Such a shame for you, poor fellow, a poor peasant. What a shame."
I heard, Matthew, that nowadays some folks actually use dollars to wipe their tears away, because nowadays, with how much things are costing due to inflation, a dollar is cheaper than a napkin. But anyway, so
now that's stretching it. That's stretching it.
Well, I mean, maybe, but hey, look, Marlboro. Isn't that where the cigarettes come from?
I think it could be. The spelling's a little bit different, though.
Yeah, it's a little different. I think that's like a Duke of Marlboro spelling more so than like the Marlboro cigarettes thing. But anyways, oh look, Worcester. Wow, I wonder what Worcester looks like.
Worcester?
Worcester. But oh wow, look, it's really pretty actually. New England's a really neat place actually. Look at that. That's interesting. But
that's like some of that modern, like, what's those guys? Those like, Well, like Banksy, or also like that, that grind set is the mindset type art type stuff that people hang on the wall. It's like, they'll put like the Monopoly man, like he's got the chains and the drip on and everything like that. Like keep grinding until you drop dead or something like that, or some stupid quote like that on it or something.
Man, honestly, but this is a really cool place. I've never really looked at Worcester much. And if y'all are wondering, why has it got that weird name? That does not look like Worcester at all. That looks like Worcester. It's an old English name, an Anglo-Saxon thing from Worcestershire in England, and it was brought over here because this town was founded actually in the colonial era, towards the latter end of the 17th century, and so they just named it what they knew, Worcester. So that's how this town got its name. But still, pretty interesting stuff. It's really interesting, though, to look at this, Matthew, because this is something I've heard a lot of people whining and complaining about recently, and it's the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority. And honestly, I find them worth complaining about, because who in the world in Massachusetts said, you know what would be a good color for our trains? It's this pimp purple color. Like, who in the world came up with that and also said our logo is just going to be a big-ass T on a white circle?
I think that could have been the best thing they could have put on the side of it. They said, we're going to get on his good side. We're going to have this train running real smooth. They said, this train runs so smooth, sir, that this train could be the best train they've seen. They said, this thing, it knows how to chug, chug, chug. They say, Russia, Russia, Russia. And they say, chug, chug, chug. They say, send this thing down the track and make sure it's on time.
I said, I want the shittiest paint job to put on that train. And they said, sir, we can't come up with anything shittier. And I said, try harder. And then they came up with this pen purple, with a gold stripe and a silver background. And then I said, but we got to come up with a logo. It's got to show off the Boston area greatly. And they said, sir, I've got this great idea. We're going to put a big ass T. It's going to be a normal Times New Roman font. And we're going to put it on a big white circle. It's going to be brilliant. People are going to look at it for miles around and go, that is dog shit. And that's exactly what we were shooting for. And it turns out that people hate it. This has been the paint job, by the way, for decades. I just don't know why. It's the worst. Oh, look, they have a picture of that new Avelia here.
But sir, they say this train right here is not quite what it cracked up to be. They said they thought it was something great. They said, release the numbers. We want to see the numbers. They said it was going to be a big success. They said, so they told me. They sold me on it the whole time. I said, oh, big success. I want my name on that. But then they said later, they said, sir, it really fell short, sir. It didn't have it didn't hit right, sir. It didn't hit right. And I said, who are these guys? What is Amtrak? I've never heard of that train. That train. I've never heard of him.
You know something else? They sat there and said, we're going to make the paint job a beautiful paint job on the New Liberty. It's going to be white and blue. And then the first revenue service numbers came out. And then the front of the blue stripe said, Mr. Stark, I'm not feeling so good. And it started to dematerialize. You can see it right there, folks. It's dematerializing, disappearing, really sad stuff. Many such cases. A lot of Avelia Liberties do not survive the Thanos snap. They just start disappearing like that. It's really sad, really, really sad. But I always have to sit here and...
Some say that they want a train in the United States. I mean, some are saying that. I mean, some say they want a train. And some people are also saying that there's been good stories about the Acela. They call it the Acela. What a beautiful name, Acela. Some say that it's a really good name. You know, we're talking about the Acela. Let's also talk about Rocket City. They said Huntsville has never been known as Rocket City until I named it Rocket City. It's not like it's been called Rocket City for at least 100 years before I named it that. But Rocket City, FBI, some say great names like Redstone Arsenal, things like that. They said, name it that, sir. They said, we're begging you. Some people say, you have to name it that, sir, because it's a national emergency. That's what they're telling me.
Some people, they sat there and said, sir, the city, it's economically doing so well. What will we call it? And I said, call it Providence. It's a great name. It shows that it's a city on a hill, but that's technically Boston if you know history, but we don't do that shit around here. But beyond that, it's Providence.
Also, by the way, did you hear that? By the way, he acted. And this is not political, folks. This is just what he said, and I'm not trying to get into like Republicans versus Democrats or something. But he was acting like he named it Rocket City. He said, It's now going to be known as Rocket City." It's like Huntsville has always been known as Rocket City.
Dude, that's what
Like
everyone
it's always
calls it
had that
here.
name. Yeah, it's always had that name. So I'm like, why is he acting like he named it that? It's like it's been called that. It's like he might be telling the rest of the country about it, but it's been being called that for a long time. Ever since I've been alive, it's been called that.
What the hell? Oh my god. So, if you don't know, folks, Huntsville is known as Rocket City because a lot of NASA's rockets actually were designed here in Huntsville. And also, the Army does a lot with rocketry here at the Redstone Arsenal, which is a extension of the Army in a sense. This is actually where the M142 HIMARS was built out of. So this is generally known as Rocket City here in Alabama because most of its economy pretty much revolves around the rocket industry to some extent, whether they're space rockets or intercontinental ballistic missiles or anything in between. A lot of them originate with their designs here at the Redstone Arsenal. So that's a little bit weird to say. That's actually stupid, honestly, to say that like we're gonna call it that now. It's like it's always been called that. Like you can literally drive around Huntsville and there's loads of stuff, Rocket City this, Rocket City that. It's been called Rocket City forever. I mean, if you ever came down here before he said that and said to someone, "Hey, I'm going to Rocket City," everyone would be like, "Oh, why are you going to Huntsville for?" Because everybody knows that that's what Huntsville is. It's like everyone even kids that it has the Fed money flowing through it because of this little park that they have downtown that looks like something out of a movie set. Like, I'll show it here really quickly.
I saw some of the Huntsville people raging about that too, like on the internet. I saw a few of them were pissed off that they were acting like he named it that. They were like, "What the hell have we been being called that? What the hell is he talking about?" It's like he actually got some people triggered over saying that. Actually, this is a nice area right here that you're looking at, by the way. Like that for Alabama, this little like downtown in Huntsville is like super nice.
Yeah, so interesting enough, folks, this giant pond right here, the Big Spring as it's called, is a giant koi pond. So you can come out here and wander around the park, and they have a museum of art. They have a giant arena next to it, and some really nice hotels and stuff. And you can come out here and you can feed the koi in the koi pond, and they have little vending machines of sort, like kind of like a gumball machine sort of thing. You throw in a couple of quarters, take a couple of turns of the machine, hold out your hand, and you'll get koi fish food. You can go and feed the koi fish. It's a really cool sort of a pond, and the whole entire thing was sponsored by Lockheed Martin. Like everything out there will say this koi pond is sponsored by Lockheed Martin. So we always kid around that the Fed money is flowing through Huntsville quite nicely. So this has been known forever. I don't really know why someone would say like we're going to start calling it Rocket City. It's always been called Rocket City. But anyways, enough of that. Someone's about to come in here, folks. I'll put money on it and say, "You're just slandering him." It's like, no, it's literally been called Rocket City forever. That's nothing new. Like, to make it sound like this is new, like, that's really stretching. Like, like, really.
I was saying that when I was 5 years old. I remember I was sitting there going, I want to go to Rocket City. I remember that at 5 years old, man. I'm like, it's been like that for ages.
Dude, I remember when we saw the Saturn V. Let me show you all this. This Saturn V is famous. You can see it for miles around. It's, obviously incredibly tall. You can see, let me see if I can show that to y'all. Y'all can see it way down the interstate. Actually, let me see if I can show it to y'all. Ooh, man. Ooh, this is that old highway. This ain't the interstate. Dang, man. That was looking rough. But let's see. You should be able to see it up there. Let's see. I think
Poor
it's
old Huntsville, like poor old Huntsville. Like honestly, I know people might be like, "Matt, you've got too high standards." Maybe I do. Like to be honest, like I'll admit that. But the surrounding areas around Huntsville are not that nice, in my opinion. Like downtown Huntsville, really nice, really high end. But if you go outside of that, like Huntsville gets rough quick, like really rough. At least now it has. I went there a year ago, and I was kind of shocked at how rough it had gotten around the outskirts of the downtown. It's definitely changed quite a lot, for not for the good, for the worse. And also, they're building all these cheap like houses that are with huge price tags on them, but they're built cheap as hell outside of Huntsville, like in the suburbs now. It looks like cookie cutter hell out there now. It looks rough.
Yeah, it's getting rough, and it's growing really quickly towards I-65. Like, it doesn't really grow eastwards. It's all growing westwards, out towards Athens. Athens, Alabama, not Athens, Georgia, or Athens, Greece, or any other Athens in Alabama, like Athens, Tennessee. But beyond that, it's really rough. A lot of new developments in Alabama are extremely cramped. Like, they build them like this. right here. This is like a fairly new development in Alabama. Before that, like a normal older neighborhood is like this, a little bit more spread out, lots more trees. It's a little bit nicer, at least in my opinion, because you get more land with your house. Although, or that doesn't really help out urban sprawl too much. But it's not really like this is helping out either. I mean, this is taking up the same amount of room, and it's extremely cramped. So, maybe not the best thing. Also, they don't really have like the aptitude of like planting any larger breeds of tree in these places. Like they pick like the breeds that at their peak growth are like the smallest trees possible. So there's literally no shade. It looks like dystopianville up in there.
Well, I mean, Utah. I will admit, like southern Salt Lake City, like down the suburbs, kind of look like that as well. Out toward Harriman, like it did look like that. That's why I wasn't like a huge fan of that, to be honest. That's why I sort of like looked in other places. Other than that, because I was like, yeah, man, not really my thing. Kind of reminds me of Huntsville a little bit. And I was like, I don't really like. I need trees around, folks. Like I want some trees. I want to feel like I'm in like in a nice cocooned area. And without trees, you really can't feel like that.
Honestly, I want to feel like I'm in the desert. I want to ride a horse into town with a fistful of dollars, and do like the whole Wild West spaghetti western thing. But still, I'm just kidding, by the way, folks. Obviously, but also, folks, one thing that's actually really interesting here. Let me see if I can show this to all of y'all. Let's see here. Where's that diving pool? Oh, damn it! I don't think we'll be able to find it. Here in the Redstone Arsenal, there's actually this really giant diving pool, and they use it to train astronauts and stuff. I wish I could find the thing. Let's see. This is Rocket Park. This ain't it, folks. This ain't it. I'm trying to see if I can show you all the giant diving pool. Let me just type it in. Redstone Arsenal diving pool. Diving pool. Let me see if I can show it to y'all. This ain't the pool. There's a giant pool in one of these buildings. Let me research pool. I think this is it. And they don't have a picture of it. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. They don't have a picture of this thing anywhere online.
They show you a picture of the Hyatt Hotels pool, and it's like, yeah, here's the Redstone pool.
Yeah, but there's a huge pool. It's several stories deep. It's actually, I think, 150 feet deep or so. And they designed it so that way they could take folks in there, since, being in water, at least in a deep pool like that, is the closest you'll get to weightlessness for a long period of time, and kind of simulating a space-like environment without having them in space. Or using one of the zero-G aircraft where, they just pretty much, like, go into a stall. So that's what they use it for, but weirdly enough, there's no pictures out there at all of this thing. And that's a shame, because I really wish I could show it to y'all. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one.
All right, so our next super chat goes to Howard Mendelson, and thank you very much, Howard, for that $50 support as well, and for also being a longtime channel legend. He said, how do we know it was a narco boat? Drug smugglers and speedboats don't carry 11 passengers, and do we know it wasn't possibly human trafficking instead?
Generally, the reason why we know it is a narco boat is because in the video, there was a great deal of packages in the back of the boat. I'll have to go and try and get last week's map. Google My Maps. And let me go see if I can get last week's map. And this should be it. And this is it. So let me go and get that narco boat. And we'll show the clip here again really quick. So, as you can see, there are the little packages right there. Right behind the motor. You can see all the people up at the front. Packages in the back. So clearly it looks like they're transporting something, and considering that this is what would generally be considered a fishing boat of a kind, and the fact that there's a load of packages in the back, and they're certainly not nets, because nets aren't packed like that, it's generally leading to the idea it's a drug boat. Also on top of that, the fact that they have 4 outboard motors, meaning that this boat is specialized for speed, which a fishing boat wouldn't be, this seems to be a drug boat, all things considered. And also, we have to just work off of what the government states. If they state that it was a narco boat carrying drugs, we have to take that at face value. Like, I know a lot of people don't like to do that because, a lot of people kind of, like, get into the political weeds of it all, and then they say, well, it's actually human trafficking, or it wasn't even carrying anything at all, and it was just a whole bunch of people on a family outing. But here on this channel, government statement is news, and we just have to take it at fact, or at face value, because if we don't, then things start to get subjective, and then we can start to put in political bias on the show. So, as far as we can tell on the video, it clearly looked like there were drugs in the back. And also, another thing is that anyone who was doing anything normal wouldn't have 4 outboard motors on the back of their boat, especially for a country that is that impoverished. That would take a lot of money to be able to do that, which suggests that they're involved in some sort of an illicit activity. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. But a huge thanks to you once again for support, Howard Mendelson, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that the best we can, at least from what we could see. And also, to just give a disclaimer, once again, we take government statements at face value. We really don't question them or omit them and then just say something is a flat-out lie, like 98% of the time. Because if we do that, then we could get into political bias. Because then at that point, what do we admit and what do we deny? And that can start to get very political. Like, let's say, for example, we dislike the current president, but we like the last president. So we can just omit everything that makes the current president look like he's doing something okay and just always make it look like he's doing badly. And then the last president, we could go and make it look like he's just, peaches and cream, which isn't the case. So we really can't get into those kinds of weeds. We just have to take stuff at face value for a good amount of the time, and also appears the video corroborates the info. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, Howard Mendelson, and thank you once again for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Old Warrior, another channel legend, and he puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, as well, for that support. He said, "We are still in defensive mode in the Caribbean, and we need time to gather more assets unless our Navy commanders are idiots. And 4,500 Marines is only a start. An occupation needs more warm bodies, and that's Amazon jungle and mountains."
And thank you for the support, Old Warrior, and I'd certainly see where you're coming from. But the thing is, and I don't really think a lot of people are really getting this part of it, and this is something that I think I keep hitting a brick wall with a lot of folks, is that you don't really need a lot of men to conduct a successful landing that could be expanded upon farther. 4,500 Marines in a single MEU is actually enough to be able to take a town like Cadia Lamar and then hold the airfield until further forces were brought in. That's something that's been conducted a huge deal in the past, and it's something that the Russians actually tried to attempt during the Battle of Hostomel. The VDV was dropped off at Hostomel Airport with the hope that they would be able to hold and secure the airport and create a larger perimeter around it to allow for further Russian forces to be flown in, with the aircraft landing at that airport and immediately dropping off additional troops. That was tried, actually. They actually tried to bring in a couple of IL-76s. Most of them turned around. One actually tried to press forward and I believe was actually shot down or was shot at in the process and had to abort. So that was something that the Russians tried to do inside of Hostomel, and the United States in Panama actually did land and secure some airfields in Panama during Operation Just Cause to depose Noriega's government, and were also successful, which allowed for further U.S. Air Forces to just be airlifted in and then land at those airports and then be dismounted and continue the battle from there. The second French intervention in Mexico in 1866 to, I believe, depose... It was the Mexican Emperor Maximilian II, if I'm not mistaken, started with a French landing force that landed at the port of Heroica, Veracruz, and then started to slowly build up an invasion force there. The British, not speaking of airfields at this point, but speaking of forces, started with a small landing force along with the French that landed north of the city of Sevastopol, near to the area of Kacha, and then slowly built up their forces there, amassing them while creating a defensive perimeter until they were ready to march further south and begin an actual siege and battle for Sevastopol. So it's not entirely out of the question to say that a small invasion force like that, like a single MEU, could hold an area like a port and airfield combined and then allow for further forces to be brought in mass from a strategic airlift or further naval landings. So I would generally have to say that it's not out of the question. It would be foolish, though, to think that we could only take on Venezuela with 4,500 men and a couple of destroyers and a cruiser. That would actually be suicidal, in my opinion, as far as a military operation. That is doomed for failure. But if they were to use that as a launching pad, generally, to funnel in more forces, which is what it obviously would be, any competent commander would make that decision, it actually could turn out pretty decently well, as far as an invasion would be concerned, like on the mechanics of an invasion. I think also a lot of people are misunderstanding that when I say say it. When I say incredibly well, it doesn't mean that that's a result that we would desire. We would love to do this. It just means that from a militaristic standpoint of actually executing the plan and conducting it with some success, at that point, you actually would have a decent chance of success, especially if you started to airlift more forces in immediately and nonstop until you had a large enough amount of forces to continue an offensive further inland from there. And also considering that at that point, we would assume that the Navy and the Air Forces dealt with most of the Venezuelan Air Force's abilities and also their air defense forces, we would pretty much have air supremacy to be able to ensure that if those forces that were holding that perimeter came under fire, they could be supported either by indirect fire support from the Navy or the Air Force, which would help to ensure that any resistance that they were coming up against would be wiped out and they would be able to hold that perimeter while more forces come in. So I do see why a lot of people are saying that it seems to be a very precarious footing, and I would generally say that right now, if we started a war with justice available and nothing else, it is. But I think a lot of people are always forgetting that America's strategic airlift capabilities allow for us to force multiply as long as an airport or a port is taken, at least initially, and then is held by that initial landing party. So with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well, because it is folks like you, Old Warrior, who help this channel to keep on running and make this thing possible, and if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on here to our next one. This one goes to Sean Laws. And thank you very much, Sean, for that $50 support, by the way. It's very generous of you, and we do appreciate that. And Sean said, let's talk about how the U.S. is not investing in nuclear power. And while it's the safest, most reliable source of energy on the planet, and we are letting China and Europe just run ahead of us in it. Well, actually, Sean, we're actually investing in nuclear power now, but it's not for the reason that you would think. We're investing in nuclear power because we need to power the AI data centers and also the supercomputers that run AI. That's the reason why they're reopening, like, for example, 3 Mile Island. They're rehabilitating it, and they're going to use it to, I believe, power the AI systems. So AI takes up a ton of power. So I think that's pretty much going to be the energy hog of that nuclear power generation system is going to be AI. So we should be honestly expanding it, in my personal opinion, because as long as we have the proper regulations on it and it's being maintained properly, it's very safe. And the U.S. should put enough regulations on it to keep it safe and actually enforce them. And we should expand nuclear power because that's the way forward, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that as far as investing in nuclear power for the greater, wider energy grid, we're certainly not doing that. But Matthew is correct. They are actually reopening nuclear power plants and building new ones to provide electricity to new AI's data centers and such things as that. A little bit odd to me because it's not really addressing the peak capacity of the grid itself. It's more so just directly accounting for creating a power plant to support that one financial venture, which isn't really something that I think is that conducive. And to show you all this really quickly, U.S. energy grid by power source. Now, let me see if I can get this for y'all. So this is actually the energy grid of the United States nationally in 2023, and the creation of electricity on the grid based off a fuel source. Petroleum and natural gas made up the large majority, with 37% being petroleum and 36% being natural gas. Only 8.8% was renewable, 8.7% was coal. Coal is generally on the way out at this point, and nuclear accounts for 8.6%. This is something that's incredibly interesting, however, is that not every country in Europe is massively investing in nuclear. It's really primarily the French power grid. The French power grid. Let me show you this really quickly. This is incredibly interesting about France. Most of France's energy production is actually from nuclear power plants. It's something like 70% or so. Here we are. Actually, this is the direct depiction on the graph. French energy production every single year accounts, 70% of it is nuclear, and another 10 to 12% of it is hydropower, with another 8% being thermal, and then another bit of it being solar and wind. So actually, crazily enough, France, in a sense, is actually what we would call generally carbon neutral, at least in terms of its power production, because most of it generates very little, at least in its actual operation, any sort of carbon dioxide or any other form of emissions. It's really interesting sort of a thing, like as far as like the clean energy side of things, if we wanted to talk about that, because French energy costs are actually incredibly low, and on top of that, the French do not rely on foreign energy imports, like, for example, Russia's petroleum or crude, to keep their power grid running, because all of it runs on stuff that can be sourced by the French. French nuclear fuel is actually sourced from West Africa, from mines that generally are controlled still by the French. So this means that their power grid entirely is self-sufficient and runs entirely off of the French's resource abilities, which is quite interesting. And it's also
Wait,
very cheap.
Did you hear that?
What?
And I was like, baby, better not to blow up my nuclear shit. You better not blow it up. Where's the army, sir? Where's the army?
Man, I thought you were legitimately about to say, like, there's something outside. I was like, huh? I was like, what? I was like,
yeah, don't blow up my nuclear shit.
man, Gromit, did that tree just speak Vietnamese? Bro, that's what I'd be like right there. But beyond that, though, I have to say, folks, that France is one of my shining examples of what the American energy grid should look like. Because here's my thing, folks. Here's my thing. This is something that would appease everyone in the country. It appeases, like, and just speaking completely frankly here for a moment, for one, it appeases people on the left who are all into clean energy because it is clean. And two, it appeases the people on the right because it's cutting down on exorbitant cost. Because petroleum and natural gas for energy production is incredibly expensive compared to nuclear per megawatt hour. And so it's appeasing both sides. It's clean and it's cheap. So everyone's happy there. There's really no one that could complain. And it's also incredibly safe as well. Like Chernobyl and Fukushima were, of course, unfortunate disasters, but it wasn't an inherent failing of nuclear power. It was an inherent failing of the operators. TEPCO was grossly negligent in its operations of the Fukushima Daiichi power plant in Japan, and the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was, of course, negligently operated as well, and that's what led to the disasters. And really quickly, before some people were like, wait a minute, was it really negligently operated at Fukushima Daiichi? It was, because the nuclear inspectors said that they need to remove their emergency generators out of the basement and onto a higher ground area near to the power plant, because in its current configuration, if a tsunami did breach the tsunami wall outside the power plant, the seawater would immediately flood into the basement area where the emergency backup generators were at and would short them out, where there would be no coolant pumping through the reactor, which would lead to a meltdown. And that's exactly what happened in 2011. Seawater started to fill because of the tsunami. The basement areas where the emergency generators were at, and considering that the power plant had already taken a little bit of damage from the earthquake itself, and considering the fact that the backup generators were now down and were not able to pump any sort of water through the reactors themselves, that's what led to the meltdowns of, I think, something like 5 out of the 6 reactors at Fukushima. And then, of course, Chernobyl. Everybody knows the story of Chernobyl. But beyond that, especially with modern reactor designs, modern nuclear power is insanely safe. There really is no way for it to fail, and even if it does fail, the damage that would be caused is extremely mitigated, to the point that it would be a 3-mile island-like incident. It would be a partial meltdown that wouldn't even affect the surrounding area, and that would be it. I mean, it's the energy of the future. I don't really know why so many people are still against it. Because crazily enough, Germany is very much against nuclear power. Let me go show you all the German energy grid. German energy grid. Let's see. They don't have that as an option here. Let me go to the electricity sector in Germany. This is the electricity sector in Germany. And look at this, folks. Nuclear power was once a decent amount of the production of power in Germany, and it's now down to 0. They have shut down every single nuclear power plant in the country. And what they are now using to replace that is hydro, which accounts for a very small amount of it. That's pretty much dams. They also have municipal waste, which produces a small part of their electricity. That's kind of crazy. They also have biomass, which is, just stuff being burned pretty much. They also have wind, which accounts for a large part of it. Solar, and then they have natural gas, hard coal, lignite, which is the stuff that they dig out of that giant mine here in West Germany, right up here. And then they also have some oil, and then others that produce their main power on the grid. Germany is not a country to look for any kind of consistency in power production, and also any sort of cleanliness. The German power grid is heavily flawed. And while a lot of people nowadays have been told that wind and solar are the future, wind and solar, in my personal opinion, is an absolute scam. Not really because of the cost of the stuff to set up a wind or a solar farm. The problem is, folks, is that power cannot be stored in any kind of long-term sort of a setting. It has to be consumed as it's being produced, meaning that the power plants have to generate just a little bit extra surplus electricity to more so than the grid's demanding at any given moment to keep the grid running. If that's not the case, then there's rolling blackouts. And with Germany running primarily nowadays with a large portion of it being solar and wind isn't something that directly correlates to the grid. It's passive energy production. So if a good strong gust is blowing, the wind turbines are creating electricity. They're doing their job. And if the sun is shining and it's not cloudy out, the solar panels are working well. But if those things are not the case, this entire part of the grid has drastically shrunk in its power output capabilities, no matter the demand that's actually being made on the grid itself. Meaning that they have to either import a lot of their electricity from abroad on their grid, or they have to try and come up with some way to make up for that loss when that's happening. And that's just something that...
How come they don't list 0 point energy on the chart for like the data?
What do you mean?
Did I actually say that?
Yes.
I wasn't supposed to say that.
Oh well. Anyways.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
0 point. Man, you don't get the joke, man. Damn, it fell flat. You don't know a conspiracy theory about that?
No, I don't, actually.
There's a theory about 0 point energy or something that the government's hiding, like a secret energy source or something that they've been trying to keep from the public to keep the oil industry propped up or something. And allegedly, there's a way to create infinite power through this method called ZPE, 0 point energy. But there's no proof of it. There's no evidence of it. It's like some very obscure quantum mechanical theory or something. But there's no proof of it. It's kind of like fusion. It's something that's like, it's an idea. They're trying to achieve something like that, but it's not proven.
Man, that's that normal conspiracy theory junk. There's this great thing that would make massive economic strides if it was introduced, because electricity would be literally limitless at that point, so we could literally do anything at that point, but they're holding it back for no good reason. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, on top of that, folks, another thing that I have to say is that y'all will see nowadays that a lot of companies like Shell and Exxon and all of those, they are starting to invest in actual renewable energy projects. Not because they're wanting to, try and stymie it. It's because it is generally being understood these days that extraction of crude oil is going to become a lot more difficult. And so for that reason, they're trying to find some way to make sure that when those prices start to go up, their companies aren't just going to collapse because it's just relying on that product. They can just transition into something else. So that's generally what they're already trying to gear up towards. But the truth is, folks, the answer is all in nuclear. And I just don't know why some people are just that adamant against it. It's incredibly safe and it's very efficient and clean, and it's cheap. So it hits all the marks for everyone in all points. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A huge thanks to you for the support, Sean Laws, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving into our next one here, this one goes to Jesus Crisco, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Jesus, for that $20 support. And he said, LSA, and thanks for all you do.
Hey, and LSA, and thank you so much for enjoying what we do, Jesus Crisco. And so a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it's time for us to move on into the next one.
Also, by the way, on a serious note, folks, I'm not a huge believer in conspiracy theories without some type of evidence to back it up. But one thing I do believe is I do know that greed is a constant. If there was some type of unlimited energy source, I wouldn't be surprised that it was suppressed. Now, obviously, you can't hide it entirely. It's impossible to do that, because if people truly think that, like, for example, if a technology like 0 point energy did exist and it was something the government was hiding, do you really think that after all these years they'd be able to keep that completely, totally secret from all 300 and something million people in the country? I highly doubt that. The government's not that competent when it comes to keeping secrets like that for that long. It would have leaked by now. So I just don't buy it. But they would have an incentive to hide it, because, of course, that would disrupt the entire coal and power industry in the country, which is massive. Fossil fuels are massive. And there's obviously huge lobbies for it, too. So they would try to suppress it, but it wouldn't last for long. It would eventually come out, and it would eventually be worked into the power system and probably replace it eventually. But I just don't think it exists, personally.
Well, here's my thing, my issue with that theory. If there is a thing out there that does exist that can create unlimited energy, why in the world would they keep that secret? Because that means that whatever they're using it for, it's hardly even operating at any amount of its potential, because it's hardly doing anything at all. So they have this thing that could literally revolutionize the industry inside the United States, because regardless of what happened to the fossil fuels industries, if that was introduced nationwide, electricity becomes literally pennies for most companies, most everything. And at that point, industrial capacity isn't even going to be affected by the cost of electricity, which is a pretty big part of the costs of manufacturing, meaning that America would be an economically viable industrial powerhouse again just due to that fact alone, and a lot of companies would start to return to the United States, and we also would be able to pretty much venture into any kind of projects or endeavors we'd want, no matter how resource consumptive they are. And yet, at the same time, they have this thing that could do all of that, and it could completely change the way we operate in the world, and pretty much put us ahead of our adversaries by 5 million miles in most cases. But we're going to keep it secret for no reason at all, and use it for tiny little things here and there that don't even require a lot of electricity. Like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense when you think about it.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I just don't buy into it personally. Until I see some evidence of it or something, then I just don't buy it personally.
Because you know,
anyways.
like
Mhm.
another thing that's proof of that, they never stopped nuclear from coming into being. I mean, like, hell, coal and coal and oil were literally the only things around that fueled anything when nuclear came into being, and the government didn't sit there and go, shh, keep it secret from everyone that we can actually turn this into a power source. We'll just tell everyone that can only be a
Yeah.
bomb. They immediately went, hey, we can make energy with this. We can boil water.
Well, yeah, there's conspiracy theories though that the government allegedly was behind nuclear disasters like Chernobyl and other ones like 3 Mile Island. That's the conspiracy theory, by the way, folks. Don't take that as fact. There's some people will say the government set those disasters up so that way they could try to destroy the nuclear energy sector, so we could still just rely on the coal and stuff like that. That's complete bullshit. I'm just gonna be honest. It's bullshit. They It's just I don't even want
That's
to get into it, to be honest. It's
that's
so stupid.
well, that's from ignorant people, like the same ignorant people that say the Titanic sank to stop like the banks or something like that. It's like that doesn't even make any sense. It's like,
Oh yeah, the insurance fraud,
yeah,
like claims or whatever. They say the Titanic sunk because they're trying to get the money out of the ship or
yeah,
something.
or they say that everyone who was on board the ship was going to stop I think it was like the World Bank or something like that, and they put them all on there and ran it into an iceberg to kill them. And it's like, no, they
It's like
didn't.
people are aware that the captain and everybody that was in charge of that ship
Died.
died with it.
Yeah.
It's like they didn't live. It's like why would they voluntarily go out on a mission where they knew they were going to go down and drown with the ship if they were like, oh yeah, we're going to get that money, but we're going to drown with the ship too. It's like that doesn't make any sense.
Man, I watch a YouTube channel out there, folks, that is really well known for talking about ocean liners, and I listened to an hour, I think it was an hour and 40-minute long video by them, Matthew, and they were talking about every single conspiracy theory around the Titanic and debunking every single one of them using the actual historical facts, and I was like, man, this guy makes good points. He knows what he's talking about. This guy is like obsessed with the Titanic. It's like one of the big things about his channel. But he knows his stuff, and he was right. Like, you know, like he's pretty much the expert on YouTube about that sort of a deal. And I was like,
Have
well,
you, have you heard the stories about the remote iceberg theory? Have you heard about that?
yes, I have. Yeah, I
Yeah.
have. It's ridiculous.
The people say the iceberg was remote controlled or something like that. It was like an RC boat that they ran into the Titanic. It's like, what? They didn't even have that technology in the day. And also, we don't even have that technology today. We can't drive an iceberg around and keep it frozen and put motors in it. It's like motors are hot. And it's like they're going to melt the iceberg. And it's like, oh, it's just so stupid. And it's like also the weight of that. It's like, where do you build the damn iceberg? It's like, what do you build it in the shipyard or something like that? Like, we're going to build an iceberg and toss it in the ocean like it just weighs like a pound or something like that. And we're just going to drive it out with a remote control little doohickey and drive it into the biggest ship in the world. It's like, who the hell is coming up with this junk?
Honestly. Also, I see someone saying, okay, oh, this one's real. It's not, though. Like, about the whole, like, they're trying to kill the people who were stopping the Federal Reserve because, believe it or not, famous people rode ships back then all the time because it was the only way to get around. So every single major shipwreck from the era, there was someone famous on every single one of them. Like who was influential in something, and if they had lived, something may have turned out completely different in some sort of a way. That's how it was. Like, if you look at any train in America that was famous back then, like the Santa Fe Super Chief, there was literally always someone who was famous on every single trip the Super Chief took, because those were the primary forms of transport for their time. And so everyone, rich and poor, was going to be on one of those ships. And they were, of course, going to be on the latest and grandest, like the Lusitania, the Titanic, the Empress of Ireland, so on and so forth. So there's always going to be someone famous who died on any one of those that was influential to something. And that's why that theory doesn't really stand up to scrutiny. And also, it wasn't like everyone who was against the Federal Reserve was on the ship. I mean, there was a lot of people who were against it who were still in America, and they just ended up losing out. And a lot of those people weren't even in the government. Like, they were just people who, in theory, were against it. So it doesn't even really make any sense as a conspiracy theory, but it's not even like these people were important if they wanted to stop the Federal Reserve from stopping it, because it's not like they had any voting power in the Congress to be able to work on their whim. So, like, it just doesn't really make any sense at all. But anyways,
I'll be honest, the only one that looks suspicious that I will say that actually kind of does have a suspicious look. But once again, it doesn't prove anything, and there's nothing to show that it's the case or anything like that. But during the Trade Center disaster, during that whole thing, that attack, the guy who apparently was either, I think he might have owned the buildings or something. I'm not going to say his name, but I think it might have been the guy that owned the buildings or leased them or something like that. Just happened to not be in the building that day, even though he had a habit of showing up all the time to it. I'm like, I don't know. Like that, obviously that's a conspiracy theory, but it looks a little bit strange, I'll admit. But there's coincidences that happen sometimes that just happen to line up. Some say it could have been an act of God or something, or some people say it's coincidence. Some people say it's a little bit more than that. The world may never know.
yeah, but there's always some like that, there's whenever people look at the famous ones, they're like, oh, suspicious. But there's something like that in every story, like the sinking of the Sultana. Have y'all ever heard of that? Have you ever heard of that, Matthew? It's the worst maritime disaster in American history.
I've not heard of that. No.
So it was a steamboat that blew up, I think, just a month after the Civil War, north of Memphis, about right here, somewhere around here. But anyways, beyond that, it blew up and it killed 1,200 people. Well, about 1,100 or so. So it killed just about a couple of dozen less than the sinking of the Lusitania did in 1917. Well, actually, 1916. But outside of that, there were a couple of Union soldiers. So to give you all a little very short backstory, the Sultana was a steamboat that operated on the Mississippi River, and at the end of the Civil War, it had been given a contract to take a whole bunch of Union prisoners that were being held in Confederate prison camps back up north, so that way they could get back home to their families. And due to a whole bunch of corruption involved in that, the Sultana overloaded itself. The ship was approved to carry about 300 people. That night, when it blew up, it was carrying about 2,000 people or so. It was traveling north of Memphis, and because of the incompetence of its crew and its captain, they had never really treated their boilers well on the ship. So because of that, they had a critical boiler explosion, and 3 out of their 4 boilers exploded, which resulted in a fire, well, the explosion and fire that ended up killing about 1,100 people through that night, out of the 2,000 or so that were on board. And what's a little interesting about that is that when they made their stop in Memphis, just a couple of miles down, some soldiers got off of the boat, and I believe a couple of them were officers, and just happened to miss the boat leaving when it left. And just a couple hours later, it will blow up and kill half of everyone on board. And it's like, could we make the theory that some of those officers knew that the boat was going to explode and they didn't want to be on board? You could, but it would be a really hard one to say, make it stick. Like coincidences like that just happen a lot. And so
It's another coincidence that's kind of interesting as well is when you happen to go to private islands and stuff like that, there's just high profile people that happen to be FBI informants hanging around the island and stuff like that, but it doesn't become known until after it becomes a scandal. Like, isn't that interesting? Like, it's funny that you're not supposed to expose FBI informants, by the way. That's supposed to be like a golden rule. They stay obviously covert. But at the same time, though, when a big scandal erupts, all of a sudden these FBI informants come out of the woodwork, out of nowhere, and it's like, oh, look, it's all good. They were just an informant the whole time.
Yeah, it's always interesting with that. It's very convenient when they say that too, like right at an inflection point. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jay Bagwell, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Jay, as well, for that support. And he said, could the F-35s be in Puerto Rico in an air superiority role to deter future flyovers of our Navy and enjoy a bottle of water on me at the airport next week?
And thank you so much for the support for the bottle of water. I'll probably need that on Sunday because that's the first day of my adventure. But a massive thanks to you for support, and that's definitely possible. Those F-35s could be there for that. They really could be there for a myriad of things. They can conduct air-to-air and air-to-ground operations, so they could be there to deter future flights of those aircraft around U.S. vessels, and they could also be there for potential airstrikes against Venezuela itself. So that's actually a pretty good point right there, Jay Bagwell, and I got to thank you for support and sharing that with us. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Matt Hepler. And thank you, Matt, as well for that $20 support. He said, thanks for all the greatest content. I never watch any of the mainstream news again after your great coverage during the Iran conflict. It feels like being in the strategy room with Churchill up in here.
Hey, that's a really high praise right there, Matt Hepler. And I got to say, a huge thanks to you so much for enjoying our content. And thank you for really finding our coverage of the Iran conflict, or the 12-day war, to be really good. Saying that it feels like you're in a strategy room with Winston Churchill, I mean, that's incredibly high praise. I thank you massively for that. And I got to say, a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, so that way we can keep making that kind of analysis and news coverage possible. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 15 from Jason Carney. And thank you, Jason, as well. And he said, for tomorrow's lunch.
And thank you so much for the support, Jason Carney, for tomorrow's lunch. We'll have tomorrow's lunch on you, Jason. A massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
I'm just curious, by the way, as well. Like, what do people like in the chat usually spend on like their daily food? Like, I'm not sure if people budget like that. I personally do, but I'm not sure if I'm weird on that. Like Jason said, for tomorrow's lunch, like $15 right there. That's a lot for lunch. Like $15 for lunch, that's getting on up there. But I'm just curious, like if y'all feel okay with it, put in the chat what y'all like usually spend on a daily food allotment just for yourself. Because I'm curious to see what people usually spend on that, because maybe I'm like under budgeting, over budgeting. I'm not really sure. I'm kind of curious. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Robert Krogan, and Robert put in a 10. He said, here's a little something for the cause and LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Robert Krogan, and thank you for enjoying our channel and putting in something for the cause. A massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Barry Young, who puts in a 10. And a big shout out to you, Barry, for that $10 support. And we do appreciate that. And I do not see a comment attached, but we do appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a 10 from G. Williker. And he said, with Iran still posturing, do you think an Operation Praying Mantis 2.0 is impossible or probable?
I would say that's actually quite probable. Destroying the Iranian Navy is a fairly easy venture, even in the modern day, and could be something done on an afternoon. So I would generally say it's pretty probable if we wanted to move forward with an operation like that. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, let's see here. I'm seeing a lot of people put the numbers in right here. Also, Danny B said, not much, I cook most of the time. That's a huge advantage to being a chef, by the way. Like, if you know how to cook, that's a huge money saver, I'd imagine. For me, I got to follow a recipe card or something, and even at that, I kind of butcher it sometimes. But let's see. Most people are saying 20. Some people are saying 30. I'm seeing some people say, generally, it looks like about 20 to 30. Generally, I usually budget about $20 a day for food. That's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's usually the whole day for me, just because I feel like $20 a day is kind of crazy. Honestly, it feels like it's pretty steep, because if you multiply that times 7, let's do the math real quick because I'm not very good at math. Let's see here. 7 times 20, so that's 140 times 4. That's $560 just on food every month if you're doing $20 a day. And at $20 a day, I would say is not really eating out like a hog, really. That's kind of like eating kind of conservatively, actually. Food just gotten damn expensive. Like, food is crazy expensive now, and that's just one bill, like your food bill. Obviously, there's a ton of other things you got to pay for just to live. So that's pretty steep.
I mean, honestly, man, I think I'm going to start eating rats. They're cheap. Like, they're free. Yeah, just, grill them a little and then have
But then you're going to catch plague.
Oh, not if you grill them well enough. You see, Matthew, that's the problem. You're not seasoning them well enough.
Yeah, I guess maybe. I'll never eat rat, though. That's going to have to be out.
You know what I'd eat, though? Man, folks, I tell you this. I'd eat... Let me think here. I'd eat a whole horse. I'm just kidding, folks. I like horses. I think they're pretty cool. And also, if they're getting to the point that they should be eaten, I mean, should we make glue out of them instead? Like really, think about it. I'm just kidding, folks. I'm just playing with all that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Bobo Vasquez, and he puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Bobo, for that support. He said, "Go LSA," and I'm trying to keep this channel running.
And you are Bobo Vasquez. You said the line. Hey, he said it. He said the line, everybody. Roll credits. Roll credits. Oh, man. Roll the credits, everyone. I'm just playing with y'all. I'm just kidding. I actually did roll the credits there for a second. But beyond that, I got to say, a big thanks to you for the support, Bobo Vasquez, because you really are helping this channel to keep running. And we're massively grateful and appreciative of that. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to, and also, by the way, like I see people really revolting at the rat eating comment right there. You know what's funny is it reminded me of this story, and also this story came from a guy who was in the intel agencies. By the way, it's where I got the story from. So I'm borrowing his story for a second, but. Like I think it was like 10 or 15 years ago, the intel agencies brought over some guys from Saudi Arabia that were in their intelligence groups, and they brought them over here to train them on something. I can't remember what it was, but they brought them out to one of the CIA's farms, which is up there near New England in that area, and they had some deer that were roaming around the farm. And the Saudi Arabians were like so intrigued by the deer, and they were asking all of our intel guys, "How do those taste? Like, do those taste really good?" And they were like, "Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, I guess they're pretty good." So the Saudi Arabians were like alluding to they wanted to eat some deer or whatever. So our intel guys said, "Oh, go grab some rifles or something, go shoot the deer, and we're going to cook them up some venison or something since they want it." So they went and shot the deer on this farm that the CIA had. They cooked up the venison for the Saudi Arabians, and they had like a whole bunch of like huge ass pot of venison stew that the Saudi Arabians literally ate until they were like literally sick. They ate so much of it. Which is crazy because it's like out of all the stuff the Saudi Arabian intel guys could have wanted to eat, they wanted to eat deer meat, which is kind of wild. I guess that's because they've never really seen too many deer in their country, so they wanted to give it a shot. But yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Bro, they sat there and said, "Yo, what is that?" like you put their like finger like right in the deer's eye, and they're like, "Oh, that's a deer. Are they edible?" Yeah, yeah, sure. Like honestly, dude, that's kind
Honestly,
of
venison
crazy.
is good though.
Oh,
Like
it's
it
delicious.
actually is pretty
Yeah.
decent.
Oh, like not store-bought venison though. Store-bought venison is always gamey. You gotta have real venison from a actual deer that's fresh. The store-bought stuff, we've had it once and it was not good. But Matthew, what's interesting? I was actually listening to the documentary. It was kind of like a video essay thing that someone did about Nazi German prisoners of war that were brought to the United States, and then it was so interesting, man, because I was like listening to them recount like from German diaries and stuff of coming to America and going to the prisoner of war camps, and they would be shocked by everything, like how much food we ate, how much meat was available, like even in the middle of rationing, they were shocked by the amount of food and resources that were available. They were shocked that there was electricity in every town, that every worker had a car, and then they were even more shocked to hear, even back then, that people usually had two cars, one for work and then one for the family. And they were like, "What in the hell?" Like they were like absolutely shocked with what America really was, because a lot of them had only heard propaganda about America and they really didn't know what it was like. So when they came over here, they're like, "What in the world?" Like they were like, "This is not even real." Actually, it turned out they found out because they had people running studies on it in the middle of the war to see what their reaction would be. Turns out a lot of the avid Nazis stopped being avid Nazis after being here for a couple of months because it was just so crazy nice compared to Germany.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that's insanely interesting. Like, we would put them on like work release programs, so they would go like work at like local farms and stuff around the prisoner of war camps. Because it's not like they can escape; they're in America. So they would go out to the farms, and they were like, man, like this kid of this farmer was like driving this tractor that was worth more than anything I'd ever seen, worth more than what my father made his whole life. And I asked the kid, wow, this is like an amazing tractor. What kind is this? He's like, oh, this is actually a piece of junk. And, like my dad's giving me this tractor because he's buying a brand new one that's even better than this, like in a week. And they were like, what? And they started writing about it in the prison camp newspapers, like because they made their own newspapers, and they started being like, it's really nice here actually. And then a lot of them ended up, funnily enough, immigrating to the United States after the war to live here permanently.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know about that part. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really interesting sort of a thing. America, like what's kind of funny for folks, and this is something that's a little bit funny, is that America did such a good job after the end of World War II that America doesn't really seem that special anymore, because we made everything very similar to America. Like, the quality of life for a lot of Western aligned countries massively improved post World War II because we pretty much just exported America to everyone else. Like, the kind of amenities, the quality of life that we have, all the little creature comforts. So when you go to places like Japan or South Korea or Western Europe, it's like, oh, well, it's like America isn't special. It's just like everywhere else. But that's because of the post-war era and what we did with the Marshall Plan and everything else to start bringing these countries up to speed like we were. It was a very mutual thing, though, because they were brought up to speed. We got a lot of wealthy trading partners as a result. It helped to improve America even further and make us as wealthy as we are today. So a very mutual sort of a thing with that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and jumping into our next super chat here, we have a very generous $50 support from none other than Danny B. That is Chef Danny, by the way, and thank you very much, Danny, for that support. And also, it's good to see you once again. He said, "Good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here, and y'all wouldn't like it when I do my catering meals because they range from $25 to $45, depending on what I'm making for the day." And Danny, that's why I say I couldn't afford your services. When I said that before, I knew it had to be higher priced because the food looks too good to be like the cheap food I'm used to eating. So, yeah, unfortunately, it would be out of our price range, unfortunately. But it does look damn good, though. It looks like it's worth the cost. So if I was ever needing to cater something, I would certainly, definitely use your services because it looks extremely good. Honestly, I'm not trying to do this to bash like Alabama or nothing like that, but it looks much better than stuff I've seen catered in Alabama by a long shot. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say that is quite expensive. I bet it's well worth the money, though. I would be very sure of that, but still really expensive. I try and make it as cheap as possible to eat, to the point that I usually try and eat Taco Bell because it's the cheapest thing out there. So I do think for sport, although I did get a little adventurous here recently, and I got some tonkatsu ramen from a local restaurant, and it made me sick for a few days, but I got over it, thankfully. Like, I'm completely over it now. But for a couple of streams, I was not feeling that great, and it was that ramen that did it. And I was like, dang, what in the hell? The luck of it all. And it was expensive, too. It was not cheap. And it absolutely got me. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and thank you for sharing that with us, Danny B, because now we do know that your services are beyond our expense. But a massive thanks to you once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, funnily enough, somebody in the chat knew exactly which Intel guy's story that I was repeating and referencing right there. Somebody literally knew the exact guy's name, which is crazy. So that's kind of interesting to see that. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Duncan VR, who puts in a $14 donation, and thank you very much, Duncan, for that support as well, and we do appreciate that. He said, Baba Boo, can you look up the Boeing Ghost Bat drone? And also, I couldn't tell who was doing the orange voice. Can you both do the voices? And yes, we can. I was actually both of us doing it earlier.
Look at this thing, the Ghost Bat drone. They said, sir, it's like a bat, but it's ghosty. And I said, call it the Ghost Bat. This should be busting. Look at it. It's like a little F-22, but smaller and deadlier. Look at it. It's got a 100 on the tail. For 100 years of Boeing, that would have been a long time ago, actually, I think. A very long time ago. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support, Duncan VR, and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address your question incredibly well. And take it away, Enforcer Matt. What do you got?
This drone right here is the best drone that the world's ever seen. Ghost Bat. It's a bat that flies and they don't see it. Kind of like that bat that was flying through China. They said, that's a bad bat, sir. They said that bat is so sick. That's a sick puppy right there, that bat. And somebody needs to put him down. That bat is sick. Put that bat in the vet. It needs to get some sick medicine in its system.
Make it a soup. Turn it into a soup.
We don't want it in stew. They said, sir, don't stew that bat. Let him simmer. Don't stew him. Simmer him. We want flambe on that. We want flambe on that bat. I was about to get fouled, but I won't go there. We want that stir-fried with rice. That's what we want. Give us some nice orange chicken bat.
I sat there and said, China's got a pollution problem. Their air looks really soupy, a lot like that bat. And that turned out to be very true. People were saying, sir, you can't say that kind of stuff. That's absolutely wrong. It's insensitive. I said, wait to see the soup. Wait to see the soup. The chef knows what he's cooking, and it's straight up bat. And it's batted bat and don't come back. But beyond that, I gotta say,
But sir, they said the bat, sir. They said it's got plague. They said plague, old-fashioned term, plague. You know, they used to catch that back in Australia when they were in the outback hunting for raccoons. It's a tough thing, I tell you. It's a tough thing. That plague, also measles, tough thing too. It's so tough. Really, though, it's not that tough when you really think about it, because as long as you have the doors that are revolving at the CDC, you can always make sure that you're on top of those things, like measles. It's just a little mumps, mumps and rubella. It's not an old-fashioned thing. It's actually a real modern thing now. It's supposed to be old-fashioned, but it's modern.
Thank you, Kennedy. By the way, really appreciate you going off of the congressional hearing. Really went off. He lost it. He was absolutely crashing out. But beyond that, I also have to say that speaking of that bat, I got to tell you something, folks. I got to tell you something. I was looking around at that bat and I said, golly, I remember when Ozzy Osbourne was alive, rest in peace. If he had been the one to eat that soup, nobody would have gotten anything. Nothing would have happened. He ate a whole bat on stage. Has anybody ever heard of that?
Wait a minute. Stop it. Stop that blasphemy. I'm not having it. Where they went wrong the whole time when they prepared the bat, it was that's where it went all wrong. They didn't hit the bat with a car. That's what they did wrong. You got to take the Cadillac and you got to smash that bat with the hood. If you do it that way and then you put it in the boiling water, the bat comes out safe. That's what they're saying. But anyways,
Sir, where's your MD?
He does is the worm guides.
My doctorate, MD. Anyway.
Look, you can't question him about a PhD. He might not have a PhD, but the worm does. It went to Yale. Nobody's ever heard of a worm, a brain worm going to Yale until today. It happens to be that the FBI kept it secret, but we put some tapeworms in Yale, and they came out pretty smart. They came out really smart. That's why we sometimes say that they're Ivy League tapeworms. They're really white looking. Look at them. Like, it's insanely clean looking. Ivy colored is what they say. Ivy colored. And they say that, sadly, back in the last presidency's administration, there weren't a lot of Ivy League tapeworms, and everybody was going, wow, the economy is terrible. There's no Ivy League tapeworms. Where have they gone? And I brought them back. I brought back the Ivy League tapeworms.
That's something there that they really should dedicate some more scientific research into, is those Harvard worms. Some say that when the worm made its way into my cerebellum, that somehow the worm was Harvard educated, and that gave me an honorary MD. They said that. Now, I personally, I wasn't sure if I believed it or not until the worm said, go, put that bear in the trunk.
I just saw someone, excuse me, RFK, sorry. I just saw someone from the Crooked Dishonest Media, which is the live chat, say, round worms. And no, the worms aren't round. I talked to the doctor. They are of the greatest health, best specimens. Nobody's ever seen worms in greater health. They are certainly not round. They are very thin and very slim, very trim. Might have thrombosis, but that does not matter. They are incredibly slim, thin, trim tapeworms, and they are absolutely incredible. They are the most amazing worms. Some people have said maybe the finest, and I wouldn't really know. But beyond that, I will say that by executive order, we're going to start calling them ivy worms instead of tapeworms, because tape, really cheap sounding. Ivy worms, a lot better. They sound great. They sound wonderful. They help you to keep thin. They help you to keep on a diet. And they're not round. Whoever in the dishonest media said that they're round, you're absolutely lying. That's just not true. Dishonest. They're not round. But moving on that.
Who would have known that, like, out of all the voices, like, I've ever imitated in my life, that would be the one that people find the most, like, accurate right there. It's universally accepted. And honestly, I feel like I'm doing it right now, like, partially. Like, I feel weird. It's like I'm, like, kind of halfway doing it right now. I got to be careful not to, like, imitate that too much, but yeah, it looks like most people are like, dang, that's like really accurate with that guy right there. I don't know how I'm able to do that one so well. Like, I don't even know how. Like, that one's just like naturally easy for me for some reason. I've gotten decent at the orange impersonation. I've gotten pretty decent at that one now. One I've never gotten good at is the last president. For some reason, I still can't do him
I
very
can't do
well,
him
like with an
either.
impersonation. Hey, I don't know why. His is hard to imitate. Like, it's hard to get that speech pattern down for some reason.
You know, I gotta be honest with y'all, that's really been a disservice that we couldn't do his voice good, because we did it for years. Did it for years in front of everybody, and nobody even knew who the hell we were doing. I think a lot of people said we were doing Jimmy Stewart. And it wasn't supposed to be Jimmy Stewart. It was supposed to be the last president. Because, like, just to let y'all know, like, obviously we're not political, but cracking jokes at whoever's in charge is pretty fun. Like, I'm not gonna lie, because they're relevant jokes and they're really funny. So we were constantly making fun of the last president, Biden, and nobody even knew. Like, nobody knew at all. So when we started doing the current president, who has a really distinct voice, and it's honestly kind of easy to do, then a lot of people were like, oh, they're political. It's like, no, we've been doing this for years. We did it on the last guy. It's just that apparently the voice wasn't good enough. Nobody could recognize it, which is a shame, really. But anyways.
Really crazy, because you just can't remember what they were saying when they said it. They just can't remember. They said, what are you on? Like, what are you on? Like some something or something? I mean, what? I can't even do it. Like, I for some reason, I've lost that one completely. Like, I just totally lost.
I'll be honest with you. I just, what do you mean, Jack? Like, I don't even know if it's good. Let us know if it was even good at all, because, like, it was just impossible to do them, and we tried so hard and we just couldn't. But beyond that, also, hopefully my voice of the current president is decent, because some people are like, is your throat scratchy after doing that? No, weirdly enough, it's not. But I'm interested. Does it even sound good at all? But with that, it is time for us to get on to the next ones.
And our next one here goes to Robert Krogan. And thank you very much, Robert, for that $5 support. And we appreciate that very much. And thank you very much, Robert. Robert said, what will be the U.S. response to Putin and Venezuela?
What will be the response to Putin to Venezuela? Oh, man. That's a good one, actually. I think that we're going to double down on the Venezuelans, but completely ignore the Russians if they get involved. That's what I would think. So with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that fairly well, at least the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one also goes to Robert Krogan. And thank you very much, Robert, for that $5 support once again. And we appreciate that very much. And Robert said, is it true that there's two B-2s in Puerto Rico?
I be honest with you, my fellow Americans. I don't really know. We know of the 10 F-35s, and gotta have them ribs.
I really don't think they're down there in Puerto Rico. I don't think they'd put any B-2s in Puerto Rico, but they could put B-2s in Puerto Rico, but I really doubt it.
I think they're all at Whiteman Air Force Base right now. I don't think there's any in Puerto Rico at the moment. But I do thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Sagari Bloodfang, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much as well for that support. They said, well, the U.S. will ramp up operations against the cartels. What do you think?
Oh, certainly. They're already saying that publicly, so they definitely will be. So a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And look, Jack, this one goes to Los Federales. And thank you very much, Los Federales, for that $5 support. And thank you very much for that 5. We appreciate that very much. And Los Federales said, the irony that Maduro, translate to mature, anyway, in English is a joke that just writes itself and lives rent-free in my head. Useless information 101. You got to remember, it's useless.
Look, Jack, I gotta be honest with you. Maduro, mature. I gotta be honest with you, son, about something. There's not a lot of mature people in Washington. You walk around, some people go, hey, you want to see someone mature? And they're like, no. I don't. But look, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Caribbean, New York, the subway, the people robbing the trains.
If you're getting anyway, man, you got to add an anyway in there. Like, you got to slip that in there real quick. Like, you remember how he would do that real quick? He'd be like, look, the whole system's going to hell. Anyway, and he was like, say that, and he would like move on to the next topic completely after he did that.
You got to do the one though, man. Oh my, this is the funniest one. And I understand that you are saying, oh yeah, well, look, are you okay? Are you all right? Are you good? Something wrong? You got fever? You like the flu? Or anyways, and then he just moved
Like
on. I was like,
somebody be asking him that question. It's like, what the hell is that topic switch right there? I've never seen anybody switch topics that damn brutally. It's like, geez, man, you went from talking about something serious to like talking about some crazy stuff.
I never saw a personality like switch. If y'all know what I'm talking about, folks, it was a thing on CNN. He was on CNN, I think with Don Lemon at the time, and Don Lemon asked him a question about if he was if he was vaccinated because he had gotten the vaccine. And so then Biden said it was something like, oh look, of course, are you okay? Are you all right? You got you're tepid of the flu, and he started like his whole face changed to like this expression of like fear for a second, and then he like asked all these crazy questions, and then he just snapped out and went anyways, and then he just moved on to something else. It was the weirdest thing.
Do you remember the one that in that same like town hall thing where somebody asked him a question or something like that, and he went, I mean, look, I mean, if your kids are asking about the aliens and you're going downtown and when you get in the car and you and you start driving toward the Himalayas and anyway when you used to go down and anyway, are you okay? Are you good? Anyways, well that's pretty much where I stand on it. But I was like, bro, it's like, what the hell?
But some of the folks, I'll be honest with you, this all is in post, so we can kind of talk about it now, and it's just kind of funny because it's all water under the bridge. But when the election was over last year, he went from like, oh, Jack, and then finally, like after the election ended, literally the next day, the press was asked questions. Look, that's the way the cookie crumbles. It's just how it is. Like all of that ended for like a little bit, for like a couple of weeks. He just talked like completely normally, and then he went back to like the normal deal. And I was like, what in the world happened?
Post-election clarity.
Yeah, bro, he had that post-vote clarity. Like he said there, look, it just is what it is. Okay, I can't really do much about it. Whatever. And I was like, wow, I was like, what the hell? But like, honestly though, Matthew, it would be hilarious if that happened a second time, like at the end of this next election coming up in a couple of years. Like the current was like, look, okay, everyone, it just is what it is. Look, I loved you all. Yeah, we're all great. Thank you. Like it just like got up and left. It's like that would like it would be funny if everyone from then on just kept that going as a running gag, where everyone just acted like they were putting on an act for 4 years or something.
Yeah, honestly, just as a general note, folks, once again, I hate having to give this disclaimer every single time, but I do it just that way people don't go off the deep end if I say something they think's political. This isn't political. Just as a general rule, like whenever I see these old guys who are like trying to be the president, going through like dementia and going through like these really bad like these problems you get naturally when you get older and your mental faculties start going, you just look at them and you think, why are you here doing this when you could have let somebody else take your spot that was a little bit more younger and with their mental faculties still intact? That goes for all these really, really old politicians. It's like you should be at home, being a grandparent to your grandchildren or something. And like, even if you had a career in politics, at some point you got to have enough dignity to say, I'm hanging this up and passing the baton to the next generation. You can't just hang out there until you're on death's doorstep and your mental faculties are completely gone, and then expect people to take you seriously at that point. That's a huge problem right now.
Man, and everyone used to say back in the day, everybody knew it. Like Kennedy, Eisenhower, Johnson, Nixon, all those people from that era. If you ever listen to their phone calls, they would have the people that are in their presidential libraries. Every once in a while, every single one of them would touch on something like, have you seen that old geezer in Congress? He's being eaten alive by everyone. Like they're eating his lunch because he's just not quick enough. And they would be like, like they would be talking about it back then, and it was hardly even an issue like it is now. And I'm like, it's just crazy. And nowadays, like, what everyone always demands, let's get someone young, and then everyone who runs for the election is in their late 70s nowadays, and it's like who makes it to the final candidacy for their party on both ends. You can just look at them all. I mean, like in the 2016 election, everyone was in their 70s. When you look at the 2020 election, everyone was in their 70s. When you looked at this last election, everyone was in their 70s up until the last minute, and then there was, I think, someone who was in their 50s, which is an improvement, I suppose, in one way, that was there. And it's like, can't we get people who are a little bit younger, like in their 40s and 50s, is like the running metric of like, this is kind of the group? Like, they're not too young, they're not too old, they're generally middle-aged. I feel like that's a pretty good running sort of a standard. But it always ends up with like the folks who are way old, like incredibly old, and it starts to show because, if you're in there for 2 years, two terms, that's 8 years. That's an incredibly long time. So if they're 72 when they enter the office in their first term, by the time they're rounding out their second term, they're 80. Like, that's just insanely old to be running a country. They're like they've had a good run in it. They've lived out their whole life at that point. Practically, it's like, go and enjoy like retirement or something. Like leave it to.
And then the amount of gaslighting that they start doing to people that start questioning their mental faculties. It's like people will be genuinely concerned whether or not they have the ability to hold the position of the highest office of the land. People will be like, sir, do you think you're fit to lead? And they'll literally be in the same sentence having a dementia moment. They'll be like, well, yeah, of course I'm fit to lead. How dare you ask me? Anyway, the Himalayas are great mountains. They'll start like going off on a dementia tangent. You're like, you're literally doing it right there. It's like you're so out of it. You don't even know how like out of it they truly are. Like these people are really that far gone. And people will overlook it. That's the crazy part. Like they'll overlook it with all these old politicians. They'll be like, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter. He's still doing, the party line and stuff like that. And that's all that matters." It's like our standards should be higher than that, folks. It should be a lot higher than that.
Also,
these people should be able to be coherent. Like if you can't understand what they're saying in a sentence, that's a bad sign.
Also, really quickly, someone said some names in the chat. I'm just going to address it. I'm going to move on because I can actually address this neutrally. Linguist, if that was the actual ticket in the next election for both sides, I'm actually going to say it. In my honest opinion, and this is across the board for both of those options, the country's cooked. Like, that's just bad picks. Like, terrible picks. If that was what was coming around the pipe, I mean, sure, they fit the age bracket, but in my opinion, qualitatively, there's not a lot there for either of them. Like, I feel like the country should come up with some better picks. I gotta say this, folks. I'm not against either political party. Like, to be honest with you, it doesn't matter a hella hoot to me which party ends up winning as long as they have competent leadership and good ideas. But there's got to be some competent leadership and some good ideas that these people have got. And so far, a lot of the running options that I'm seeing that a lot of people are floating around for the next election, I mean, they are rough. Like, I haven't seen a good name come up yet. One that you
There
can
are
just
so
go,
many. There are so many of the people with like this old dementia problem, like on every side. Like it's not limited to one political party. They all prop these like old comatose guys up, like they're like perfectly like spring chickens or something like that. They prop them up like you people should understand that this is the way it is, and if you dare question it, then you're a bad guy for it. It's like we used to like now this is one thing that has changed in this country. That wouldn't have flown like 15 or 20 years ago. That wouldn't have flown. Like if somebody was comatose like that and in bad medical shape, they would have been disqualified. Most people would have been like, hey, we can't vote for him. Like that guy's not even medically fit. But these days, for some reason, people have gotten so polarized, they will overlook something as serious as a medical issue, like with like mental faculties not being totally there. They will overlook it just because people have gotten so politically polarized now, which is disturbing because people are lowering their standards just to toe a party line.
yeah, I mean, it's busted. It really is so busted. And it really concerns me, folks, because people don't think with their heads anymore. They don't think critically. They think whatever their party that they like swear loyalty to tells them. So if their party tells them, of course, a 78-year-old man, serving in his first year as president, being 78 years old is a good idea, and then people go, of course it is. It's like no. It's like by 79, even with our viewership being older, I think everyone can admit by 79 a lot of people's like physical and mental abilities are waning. Like it's like even if I was at that age, I'd know that. It's like those aren't really good ideas for leadership. We need someone who actually has physical and mental stamina as well as actual brains, which is a huge thing that a lot of people are missing all the less, because you can look at these people whether they're in their late 70s or if they're in their 40s, and a lot of them don't have brains that are being picked. None of them have got good ideas or know anything about what it means to govern or administer. And it's just outrageous to see that even when you get past the age hurdle, then you run into that problem that none of them have any sense. But anyways, with that, we're getting long-winded here and running late into the night. We need to make sure to get on rolling. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Robert Krogan, and he puts in a 5. And thank you, Robert, as well for that support. He said, how long could Venezuela really last?
Venezuela, in my opinion, if we went all in on the Venezuelans, they could probably last for several months, but at the longest. And then they would probably be pretty much winded at that point and wouldn't be able to keep going. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, someone said, what about Effaloni? I don't know what that is. I'm not Italian, so I don't know what Effaloni is.
Oh, that's
I'm afraid.
that's
but
the
anyway.
Prime Minister of Italy.
No, I'm being facetious. I'm
Oh.
talking about felony.
Oh.
I'm talking about a felony. It's a felony. It's just a nothing. I don't know what you'll say. I know a nothing. But moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Ballads and Bulldust. Warren S. Edgar Gillespie. He puts in a 5. And also, he made a comment about getting timed out. That's not me, Warren. That's Nightbot doing that. And I can't control Nightbot. Like, it's totally programmed to do its own thing. And sometimes it gets things wrong, and sometimes it gets things right. So sadly, I can't control it. But thank you very much for the support once again. And we also have a $5 support from Magic Beans. And also, by the way, big shout out to Alexander Vickers, by the way, in the live chat. He said you two are beasts, but Nightbot deleted his comment too. I'll take a check on what Nightbot's doing that. But thank you, Alexander, for the kind words. I did see it. Also, back to Magic Beans' $5 super chat. He said, the U.S. is after the Panama Canal, a very strategic place for World War III.
And I would agree, Magic Beans, but I don't think they're after the Panama Canal for now, but we're still considering it. It's just not heavily at the moment. But a big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to a Magic, who puts in a 5. And a Magic said, I want an investigation into Medvedev's blood alcohol content and definitely would never challenge him to a drinking competition.
They don't get a blood alcohol content. It's an alcohol blood content. They find blood in the alcohol. It's not like it's the other way around. That guy is a raving alcoholic. I only know of one person that comes similar to that, and you know who I'm talking about, Matthew. But with that, a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, it's time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one goes to WS, who puts in a 5. And WS said, got that iron in them. And also, do you have a Scoot update?
We don't have any Coot updates. We haven't heard of the Coot reappearing near Alaska anytime recently. So, unfortunately, we do not. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from El Python. And Python said, for the boat with the narco, it looks like the U.S. hit it with a laser because it does not splash like a missile would.
I thank you for the support, Python, and I would say that's a possibility, certainly. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Deadly Splinters, Bruce Lee, and Pedal to the Metal 65 for each throwing in a $4 support. Excuse me, goodness. And also, Pedal to the Metal 65, we threw in a 1 as well. And thank you all three very much for our support once again. And sorry for sneezing all over your super chats. That was unintentional. I tried to desperately reach the mute button, but unfortunately, I have to actually go over with the mouse and get it, and it's pretty far over to the left. But thank you three very much for that support. And we also have a 2 from LSA Sergeant Figment, and he said, LSA the like button, that's an order.
And hit the like button, folks. That is in order. And from LSA Sergeant Figment, nonetheless. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing a reality for us every day. A huge thanks to you once again. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the live chats. And with that in mind, folks, considering time constraints, we're going to be getting the Morse code decoders of the night, 3 live chats, and then rounding out the stream. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so tonight for the Morse code decoders, we had Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Arabo Garbo, Her Royal Fluffiness, Kush, Copiopteryx, and Sire. They said, the Morse says, the Marines practicing landings at Puerto Rico. Seems like something is up. LLT LSA.
And that was the sound of money. Y'all hit the jackpot. Woo! Let's get it, baby. And y'all got the Morse code message dead on the nail. Absolutely amazing and incredible stuff right there. And I got to say, the Lee Springer Army Signal Corps has never missed a Morse code message and never will. Y'all are too capable for that. And so a massive congratulations to y'all once again for getting that message right once more. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on to the third to last question of the night.
This one goes to Philip Southern, who said, if Maduro turned himself in to self-exile in the United States, would he be able to collect the $50 million reward? You know, that's funny you mentioned that, Philip. Here's how it would work. If Maduro said, I've had enough of this. I'm tired of empanadas. I'm tired of Venezuela. I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm tired of being a dictator. I want to retire from being a dictator. And he said, I'm just going to go to the United States and claim that 50 mil. He shows up here to the United States. He shows up in the airport. Of course, borders and customs will be waiting for him, so they'll grab him and nab him. Then they'll bring in probably the FBI, and then they'll arrest him. and then they'll say, "Oh, that 50 million that you got, by the way, that's civil for forfeiture. Now we'll take that," and he'll never see it, and the U.S. government will get to reabsorb it because they never had to pay it out because they just forfeited it from him. But Enforcer, what say you?
Hey, hooray for government swindling. Like, in that instance, not too bad. But beyond that, that pretty much answers it pretty well. That's what they would do. Because here's the trick, folks. Hate to say this, but this is the reality of it. They hardly ever pay out those bounties. Like, it's practically impossible. There are a million little loopholes that they have in how you're supposed to report it or turn them in. And if you don't meet all of those perfectly, they deny you the bounty payout. So even he wouldn't get, well, he obviously wouldn't be getting the bounty money. But if anyone else turned him in, they also would not get the bounty money, most likely either. It would be highly unlikely. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we actually have another super chat to get to.
We do, and also Bruce Lee said, "ICE then detains and sends him back." LMAO. Yeah, well, that was they gotta. He's here illegally. I guess you could say. ICE is gonna send him back.
They're sending us their worst. They're sending us criminals. Next thing you know, Maduro shows up himself. America's such a land of opportunity. Not even he can deny it. He shows up. He says, sir, give me a green card. And I said, hell no. You're going back to where you came from.
What if you bought a gold card?
Well, that's another story. I mean, maybe we would let him stay. Maybe a private jet, maybe a gold jet. Maybe I'd let him stay. Maybe he might be a great guy after that. I don't know. We might send him back to Venezuela and let him run the country indefinitely. I don't know. But beyond that, I'd have to say that these questions are very tiresome, ridiculous questions, honestly. And I just don't really know.
Who are you with? Tell me. Are you with? Well, I can't say that's political, but who are you with? I'm with a little Timmy's news service, sir.
You're
I'm just
stupid
here for
idiot.
a little scrap of news. That's all. You know, I've always known that little Timmy's news service was a piece of shit. I've always known it the whole time. You stupid bastard! You get out of here. Who let this man in here? Look at him, this jerk. You get out of here, you bastard.
All right, that's it. Have the Secretary of Defense /War come in here and thwack this man over the head with a bat. Like, we're not having this stupid shit. Get him out of here. All right, next person, next question. Excuse me, do you have a shopping list? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get that away from me. Get him out of here. Like, get him out of here. Get him outside. We don't talk about that here. Okay, next question. Who's got a question? Excuse me. Can I ask you about whippets? What the hell's a whippet? I don't even know what that is. Get him out. Get him out of here. I don't even know who that is. Okay, next question.
You can take that man out of here. Take that man out of the newsroom, and he's referencing whippets. You can whip it. You can you take him out of here and whip it.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question for you. Did he say thank you? I gotta be honest with you, that's for the vice president. That's his little shtick. I put shitty memes of him out where he looks fat and weird. It's kind of funny, honestly. I don't know what the hell that means even about.
I just want to say that I'm just really so happy that everything has turned out so great right now. It's really something else that when you come from the mountains in Utah, or excuse me, the mountains in Ohio, it's just amazing how you can come around and just have such a great experience in the government and just synergizing with all your friends at Harvard and things like that. It's just such a privilege, really. And I have to thank the great grand leader Kim Jong-il for this wonderful opportunity. And thank you very much, Kim Jong-il. And I just want to say thank you so much for that. I mean, it's just really something the way that this fake tone really comes across and people relate to it so well. Like, this fake tone has been known to resonate with the average man. I've been told by experts that this tone resonates with the average man, and it's just a wonderful synergy with the people.
You know, I gotta thank you greatly for that. That's absolutely incredible. Very appreciative. But beyond that, I gotta say, folks, that for somebody to write a book named Hillbilly Elegy, he sure doesn't talk like a hillbilly, that's for sure. And secondly, how the hell does a guy in the Marines as an enlisted soldier doing photography in Iraq end up in Harvard? That doesn't really make a lot of sense, to be honest with you. Someone explain that to me. I really don't know how. How do you go from being a photographer in the Marines to being at Harvard? It makes no sense. I just really don't.
Here's the script. Here's the script, and this is what the computer in the head is thinking about when these speeches are going on. It's okay. Give a nice generic statement to open the speech. Hello, everybody. I just want to say it's so great to be here. Okay, quickly jump into a very sympathetic sob story real quick to grab the public's attention. We need their emotions in check. And also, it's just really wild how a little boy from so and so can achieve such great things.
You know,
Also,
it's
start praising your boss. Start praising your boss next. Give them the utmost praise. And I just want to thank so much the leadership. I just want to thank the leadership. It's just like the same junk over and over and over. That same script. It's like, why? It's
you
like, can you
know
just talk plainly?
that sounds really similar to someone else, Matthew. That sounds similar to one of the presidential candidates in the last election and how they talked.
Oh,
You know, I've got to be honest with you all. It's so great to be here talking about space. Space is really deep and full of
the hell's
nothing.
that?
Oh, what?
who the hell is that?
That's Kamala.
Damn, but that was a tough one. I didn't even
I mean, I
understand that
can't
one.
really do women voices. I already said that to you. That's what I already told everyone. That's my best attempt. What, are you going to beat my ass over it? Is that what you want? Are you going to try and beat me up over that? Everybody's against me. The fake news, they say that my voice of Kamala is terrible, and I already knew that.
We did it, Mo. We did it.
I'll be honest with you, though. Like, honestly, they kind of, like, talk the same. Like, the vice president and her, they have, like, the same way of talking. It's, like, the same inflections. They say the same shit. It's, like, listening to the same person, but in different skins. It's really weird, and I honestly don't know how to take it, because I'm like, are these people, like, cookie cutters? Do they all come from these Ivy League schools talking the same way? Is it, like, the body snatchers or something? Do they go to the library at campus, and they end up coming out a fake person? What the hell goes on there? RFK,
Like, well, you know
explain this shit to me. Are they taking Tylenol or something? What's going on? What's going on here?
Wait, we know what's really interesting is just that when you really think about the Russians and their grocery stores, like you go in these grocery stores in Russia and the prices are so cheap.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, that's throwing me off. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how to respond to that at all. Like, I listened to that, I was listening, but I was hearing you, but I wasn't really listening. That was absolutely shocking right there. That actually sounded insane.
But you have to admit though that when you go in the grocery stores over there and you see these Kamasas in the parking lot, and you're like, how come they don't have anything here in America that's like this? It's like, do we not have trucks that have engines?
I'm not gonna lie, someone needs to get him mental help. Like, he needs a therapist. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that shit sounds unhinged in normal conversation. Like, I'm listening to that right now, and I'm like, he needs
it's like
help.
The Joker comes out or something. It's like the Joker comes out. It's like, dude, it's like, where's that coming from?
I really
Going
don't
down
know.
deep.
Like, honestly, that's something that not even therapy will fix. That's an issue, like, really big one. But anyways, with that, we are on to the super chat, because we actually have not gotten to that yet.
And one day these are going to be played back. Like I can just hear
Oh,
right
yeah.
now. They're going to be like,
Oh,
was
yeah.
this you? I'm going to absolutely.
Hell
it was
yeah.
me.
Hell yeah,
Like,
it
you
was
hear me
me.
right there, totally unhinged like that. Can you believe I can imitate that many unhinged people? It's really crazy. But also people were saying that laugh really on point. Maybe I got a little tinge of the insane, maybe a little bit too, maybe possibly not quite as insane as that though. I'm not stupid enough to believe that Russia's a better place. I'm not that dumb. But this one goes to Ross Nib, and Ross puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, Ross, for that $50 support. He said, "Hey guys, and thanks for all your efforts and the extensive research, and especially the big dose of humor you bring to every broadcast. And here's some cashola for those deli sandwiches you like so much."
Hey, thank you so much for the support for the deli sandwiches that we like a lot. We like deli sandwiches. I do, at least. I think they're delicious and incredible. And I gotta say a huge thanks to you for enjoying our efforts and the huge dose of humor that we have. Hopefully people have been getting a huge kick out of it, because whoever's in charge, we make fun of them. It's kind of the rule here. Sadly, our impersonation of the last president wasn't that good, so some people missed that. But this one, it's tops. But so a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, because folks like you help to make this thing possible and help us to keep it rolling. And so with that, a massive, incredible thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
You know what's really crazy too? That when you really think about it, you can spend your whole life in media. Your whole life in media, working for the big boys, the big leagues out there, and then all of a sudden, two guys from Alabama that are 24 and 25 years old are all of a sudden topping you on the charts. How's that work?
Here you can see the YouTube algorithm doing what it does best, sifting out the wheat from the chaff, and it does appear that the Enforcer channel in the ratings is doing far better than its competitors. But beyond that,
It must be CIA sponsored.
The enforcers get a large amount of money from a governmental organization called The People. They get superchats every night, and it helps them to be able to run their show. Some people say that they get money from the shadows, but if the viewers are in the shadows, then that would be technically correct. But outside of that, they don't
what's
get a
funny
large
about
amount
that?
of money.
You know what's funny about that is if anybody could have the accusation of CIA sponsored, it would be that fellow I'm referring to.
Yeah.
If it could be anybody, don't go into the details all the way. We don't want to say anything that we don't know for a fact. But if anybody had the slight possibility of being accused of something like that, it certainly wouldn't be us. My family was not in that industry at all. They were in the different industries that other normal Americans are in. So no, we didn't come from a line of people that were connected like that. We did not.
I'll have to be honest with you. Our family came from very humble beginnings. Starting in the small hills of Alabama, we grew up inside of the Appalachians. Call us Hillbilly Elegy. Call us Hillbilly Elegy, the way we grew up in those foothills of the Appalachians. Were they really hills? No. Were they about a foot tall? Absolutely. Hardly any hills. And so for some reason that technically is in the Appalachians. Kind of weird, but outside of that, I'd have to say that, I'll be honest with you all, yeah, being involved in the government isn't something that our family is incredibly well known for, but it will be known for that. I plan on becoming the director of the CIA and the president at the same time. We're going to be running it all from behind the scenes. They're going to call it the shadow government because I'm going to be like a shadow. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just playing with you all. But I do want to try and become president in 2040. That's a real objective, and all of this will be pulled up as dirt later, and I 100% own it then and now. So with that in mind, that disclaimer, it's time for us to get on to that second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Measure Man, who said, "Is it known if North Korea was aware of the raid before today, or news for all?"
Apparently I would assume that the North Koreans were aware of the raid because people got blasted out there, and unfortunately, so I'd have to say they probably did know. So this is probably just news to the public, but not really news to anyone else out there that was involved in that, either the Department of Defense or the North Koreans. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so who was lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
Also, by the way, you mentioned talking about being president or something there for a second. You're probably going to lose Alabama. I'm just going to break that one to you right now. You're probably going to lose it.
It's going to be an absolute shame, but what can you do? What can you do? I mean, we're going to sit there and we're going to come down to Alabama. We're going to do a rally, and I'm going to come down here and I'm going to be like, "Hello, everyone. How are you doing?" And everyone's going to be like, "Oh, you suck." And I'm going to be like, "No, you suck." I'm going to be like, "You do." But I'm just kidding, by the way. Alabama's not that bad of a place, but it's got issues, just being straight up.
If I was running for president and I was trying to campaign in Alabama, I would say put a 6-inch lift kit on that tour bus right there, straight pipe it. We're riding in style, like we're gonna win this damn thing. And I would come right in the middle of town. I'd be burning those rubbers off those tires. I'd be just burning the rubber off that tire. That thing would be screeching. And I'd be like, "We got this election in the bag. Like it's in the bag now." And also have a little door that opens on the back, and a bass boat comes out the back. It'd be like, "Watch this, folks. Like back that tour bus up to the lake, launch the bass boat out, catch a bass. You've won the election."
I'm not going to lie. If I was running for president, folks, I'm going to do what every single person does these days. I'm just going to transplant accents wherever I'm at. So if I'm in California, like, "Yeah, dude, vote for me." And if I'm here in the Southeast, "What the hell is going on around here, you dumb sons of bitch?" I'm just going to be, "You vote for me, damn it, or you're going to regret it." And just do that kind of stuff. Oh, we'll win easily. We'll win easily. And then you go up to New
You're
York.
gonna go around threatening the voter base. You're gonna start twisting people's arms. It sounds like.
Hell yeah. I'm just kidding with that, folks. I'm just playing. But, you got to go around. You got to make it clear. Like, you come down into the South. "If you don't vote for me, they're going to throw you out in the Gulf." Just say something crazy. And people will be like, "Oh my God, they really will." Because, I mean, that's practically what it's like now. So, it wouldn't be that far from the truth. But, I mean, hey, if you don't vote for me, you're damn screwed. That's what it is. You think they like you? You think they want your vote? Hell no, they're going to sit there and come down and say, "Look at your calloused hands, boy. We're putting you out of the job."
Look, if you don't vote for me, then you're not human.
I mean, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. We'll work
to
with
the
that.
core of the issue. The only problem is it sounds a little humanist.
You know what? We gotta do better. If you don't vote for me, you're an alien. You're an alien, damn it. That's what's going on. But anyways, with that, we are on to the final question of the night, because it is almost 4 hours deep now, and we have to round this thing out. And so with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
Look, we're running 4 hours deep. It's okay, though.
It's okay though. Don't worry, because we're going to grab the last one. The last, anyway. This one goes to AF Kaplan, and thank you very much. Thank you for that. AF Kaplan said, regarding the gas shortages in Moscow, have you seen any reports of social unrest as a result?
I thank you for the question. Look, the questions are very important. They give me a sheet of questions. I get. Anyways, I got to say that as far as civil unrest, back in the day, back in Kent State, civil unrest, a big thing, cops calling out batons. The president, the secretary, chief of staff, go for talking, bounce the tongue. He had a long tongue. Anyways, what I was saying? Look, you gotta listen. Okay? What I was trying to say. Anyways, long legs with blonde hair, they turn blonde in the sun. And what I was trying to say about the civil unrest in Moscow is that Gorbachev, the Soviet Union, the wall is falling down.
Wait a minute. Are you okay?
Are you well? I mean, I'm just asking if you're well. That's all. I'm not.
Whoa, Jack. Whoa.
Whoa, Jack. I said, whoa. Hey, Jack.
If one thing I forgot to say is,
Corn Pop. Corn Pop. I'm not talking about the cereal. It was a bad dude. He used to bang straight razors on the concrete. He'd throw, the razors. They'd put them in rain barrels. It would rain on it. It'd get rusty. How those bullies used to be, like, basically murderers and stuff like that. Throw razor blades and trash cans and just... What the hell is he even talking about when he said that?
Corn Pop was a bad dude. I run a bunch of bad boys, and they had straight razors and chains. It's like, that doesn't sound like a bunch of bad boys.
That's not
that
a
sound
bully,
like
bro.
criminals.
That's a criminal gang, right?
Yeah.
Bro was living in the trenches.
Oh my god, man! Honestly, man, I'll be honest with y'all, folks. Sometimes I just keeping it neutral. I look at politics and I find the whole thing really concerning. But we do have to admit, if you take a step back from it, you look at it all from a neutral perspective, it is quite concerning at every degree. But it's also hilarious as hell how things go these days. Like, there's so many funny moments from every single presidency now. You can make an endless amount of jokes from all of them each. But anyways. To answer AF Kaplan's question, finally, in full form, we haven't seen any civil unrest in Moscow yet. It looks like they're currently in the panic at the pumps sort of a situation where they're all trying to get their gas, and it doesn't appear that it's really set in yet that they're out of it. So they haven't gone into civil unrest just yet, but they are panicking at the moment, and there is, I guess you could say, some civil unrest due to the panic, but there's not any sorts of riots or protests that have broken out because of it at the moment. So with that, I hope that does address that question incredibly well, at least the best we can. And with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to say, it's an absolute honor and a pleasure to be able to run the stream for all of y'all tonight, and I hope you all have enjoyed it incredibly well, especially the last part, because we've been going ham for probably the last hour. I've got to say that it's an absolute honor to know that 13.4 thousand people were here at the peak of this stream, and 130,000 people have watched it before it rounded out. A massive, incredible thanks to all of y'all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Wow, that took a lot to say. 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. I also have to let y'all know that stream we are going to have to be designing to be shorter. It's going to be kind of annotated if we can do that, because I have to catch a flight the next day that's going to be incredibly early in the morning. So I want to try and make sure that I can at least get some sleep before that, although it's really early. And also, that will be the last stream for a little while, because there will be no streams from the 7th of September to the 10th. So starting tomorrow on Saturday to this upcoming Wednesday, there will be no streams. Streams will resume, however, on the 11th of September if everything goes according to plan, and then we should make sure that things will be running like clockwork again up until later. And then we'll tell you all what's going to be going on later than that, but that's like late October stuff. But nevertheless, also, by the way, one more thing. If there is enough news for a short war video tomorrow, Enforcer Matt will be the one making it. And so with that, we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava. Long live the Republic, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And on that note, folks, I want to say thank you all so much for joining us tonight on this big night of breaking news. And unfortunately, I'll have to cut that one short, because it's actually hurting my throat at this point. I don't know how that guy keeps it up. But, well, anyway. But anyway, moving on from that, though, thank you all for joining us tonight. And then big thank you to all 130,000 plus people that were here by the end of the stream. And also, by the way, to answer the question, there will be short war videos the entire time the Enforcer is gone for every day that there is news to cover. So that will be a thing. So that will be in place of the streams while he's gone. It'll only be 3 or 4 stream days off, so it's not going to be a whole bunch of time off, because Monday is not a stream day anyway. So it's not going to be as much as y'all think. So rest easy. There will be short war videos in the meantime, though, if there is enough news. But with that, folks, thank you all for joining us tonight, and we will see you all tomorrow night. We are still having a stream tomorrow night, so be sure to join us for that. And of course, we will see you all then. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.